Chapter 1654. What a terrifying aura! However, this lineup caused Tao Yu and Wuma Xing's expressions to change drastically. The aura of this group of ancient demonic beast descendants was extraordinarily strong. That ferocious aura caused them to be unable to summon the will to fight back. Master, Dang Hu and the Hornless Dragon are also here. They are also the kings of this place. I don't know why they have gathered together. Yun Mu said softly to Du Xiaofu. Dang Hu and the Hornless Dragon were of the same generation as her father and mother. They had also reached the great domain level and were not easy to deal with. 3 great domain level evil beasts. They are very strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly revealed a desire to fight. He pursed his lips and said, "Subdue them and we will naturally know the reason." 3 great domain level demonic beasts. They should have just attacked and are in a violent state. It is probably caused by Lian Qingrong. Dongli Qingqing sized up the 3 great domain level demonic beasts in the void before her. Her eyes were suffused with a faint green radiance. She said to Du Xiaofu, however, given Lian Qingrong's strength, these 3 demonic beasts are actually not injured. She must have known that these 3 demonic beasts are looking for you. It seems that she deliberately left them for you. Lian Qingrong is doing this on purpose. She is obviously unhappy because she has to submit to me. Du Xiaofu smiled. Lian Qingrong walked past them. These 3 demonic beasts were very strong, but they were not much of a threat to Lian Qingrong. At least, if they really fought, these 3 demonic beasts would not be so unharmed. The only possibility was that Lian Qingrong had forcefully walked past them and left them for him to deal with. This could be considered as appeasing the displeasure in her heart. At this moment, seeing the 3 demonic beasts so violent and furious, Du Xiaofu guessed that they were probably provoked by Lian Qingrong not long ago. With the cultivation strength of these 3 demonic beasts, it would not be a problem for them to block an ordinary great domain level expert. It would not even be difficult for them to kill them. However, in front of Lian Qingrong, who was at the peak of the Nirvana stage, they were undoubtedly not enough. Yunjian, it's you. The demonic beast in the middle that looked like a swine, had a head at the front and back, and its entire body was covered in black runes. When it saw Yun Zun, its fierce eyes revealed a look of surprise. You're still my elder. For the sake of my father and mother, just surrender. Tell me, who told you to find my master? I beg my master to let you live. Yun Mu spoke, her scarlet eyes rippling. Although there were many demonic beasts here that frequently fought with each other, the 10,000 Beast Mountain was close to the Cloud Forest. When her parents were still alive, they had taken good care of her and had never made things difficult for her. Therefore, she was persuaded to surrender. Your master, hearing this, Bing Feng revealed a puzzled look, and his gaze swept over Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. The aptitude is not bad. I feel that the taste will definitely be very good. When his gaze swept past Du Xiaofu and the others, his eyes blazed with passion. Bing Feng, don't make a mistake. You're not my master's opponent. Yun Jian said. You actually recognized a human as your master. You don't deserve to be a king. From now on, everything you have will be mine. Bing Feng looked at Yun Jian with a cold gaze. No need to talk nonsense. Do it. These humans deserve to be killed. I'd rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let Du Xiaofu go. The horned dragon spoke, his fierce eyes revealing a murderous intent. You're looking for Du Xiaofu. Have you seen him before? Du Xiaofu looked helplessly at the horned dragon, Bing Feng and Dang Hu. As long as they're humans, kill them all. There's no need to know them. They're all dead anyway. The horned dragon spoke, his eyes looking down at Du Xiaofu with a cold sneer, as if he was looking at an ant. Do you have the strength to do so? Just now, someone swaggered off in front of you. You can't even stop him. Du Xiaofu curled his lips. From the aura left behind in the surroundings, he knew that Lian Qingrong had just passed by here. Wu, hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Bing Feng, the horned dragon, and Dang Hu's expressions suddenly turned gloomy. There were indeed people who left just now, and there were 9 of them. That white-robed human was too strong. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't stop him. Even Dang Hu, who was known for his speed, couldn't catch up. At this moment, the 3 beasts were furious. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, they were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Looking at the 3 beasts in the void ahead, Dongli Qingqing's eyes flickered. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I'll deal with one. Don't be too harsh. I want them alive." Du Xiaofu specifically reminded Dongli Qingqing, afraid that Dongli Qingqing would kill them. "Master, I can block any one of them for a while." Yun Jian also spoke. She knew that her cultivation was inferior to Bing Feng's, but it wouldn't be a problem for her to block them for a while. "No need. Leave the rest to me. You can block them for a while." When Du Xiaofu finished speaking to Yun Jian, he condensed 2 life-saving talismans and placed them between Tao Yu and Wuma Xing's eyebrows. He was afraid that something would happen to them. Life-saving talismans, in an instant, Tao Yu and Wuma Xing were stunned. They were even more shocked than when they saw the large group of ancient beasts in front of them. "Ignorant humans, you're courting death." Hearing that the humans in front of them didn't take them seriously at all, Bing Feng and the other beasts were already filled with murderous intent. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Dang Hu was the first to move. He flapped his wings and the void around him emitted a pitch-black light. Then, he disappeared from where he was. The moment Dang Hu disappeared, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Almost at the same time, the golden light under his feet flashed and he took a big step back. Swish! When Du Xiaofu's figure had just retreated, the space where he was just a moment ago began to fluctuate. A wing tore through the void like the sharpest blade. Dazzling runes shot out like blade light and sword shadows, and pitch-black cracks appeared in the void one after another. In the air, Dang Hu let out a cry of surprise, as though he was shocked that his attack had missed. After which, fluctuations appeared in the air as his gigantic body lunged out. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light as he flashed through the air with lightning speed. With a twist of his body, he slashed out with his other wing, sweeping towards Du Xiaofu with great speed. Bastard! This time, Du Xiaofu didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. In an instant, golden light erupted and a powerful aura surged. It was as if a peerless ferocious beast was about to soar into the sky. Facing Dang Hu's wing, Du Xiaofu shook his arm and threw out a punch. His aura was domineering and looked down on everything. Ao! Ao! This punch was accompanied by the roar of a dragon and the cry of a divine elephant. Accompanied by the appearance of lightning and thunder in the sky, the space in front of the fist exploded. It directly collided with the wing that had cut through the void. Bang! The low and deep collision instantly resounded through the void. Monstrous energy instantly erupted. Waves of extremely terrifying energy rune ripples swept through the void like a tsunami. It was as if they were about to destroy everything. Golden light erupted, causing the space to vibrate and churn endlessly. Gee! In the instant of contact, Dang Hu let out a miserable shriek. The runes on his wing were smashed into smithereens. His wing cracked and blood poured out. His incomparably sharp wing had been smashed apart by a single punch. Suffering heavy injuries, his body lost its balance and fell from the sky. Dang Hu's speed was as fast as lightning. All of this happened too quickly, causing Dang Hu and the hornless dragon to be unable to recover from their shock. Swish! But at the same time, Dongli Qingqing took action. Her beautiful figure was covered in resplendent green light. Runes flickered as she attacked the strange Dang Hu. "It's your turn." Du Xiaofu traversed through the void. He wasn't far to begin with. In an instant, he arrived in front of the hornless dragon. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. "Oh." The hornless dragon was a demonic beast at the great domain stage. It possessed an ancient bloodline and was definitely an expert among experts. It instantly recovered from its shock. Without any hesitation, its huge body soared into the sky. Using all its strength, it ferociously spat out a hornless dragon breath. The dragon breath flickered and turned into a dragon-shaped illusory figure. It let out a dragon roar and carried a dragon's might. Accompanied by resplendent and terrifying runes, it instantly pierced through the void and charged towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's eyes turned cold. Mysterious golden runes were released from his eyes. The golden-winged Dangping shadow behind him shone with boundless golden light as he activated the Dangping descends to the 9 heavens. Golden light bloomed in the sky. Du Xiaofu was like a real golden-winged Dangping descending. Carrying a domineering will, he flapped his wings and swept across the sky. A terrifying supreme beast's might swept out. With a claw, he tore apart the void. The Dangping chaos shattering claw easily tore apart the giant dragon illusory figure. Rumble! Rumble! The aura of the rock descending to the 9 heavens was released, causing it to seem as if thunder was rumbling in midair. Dazzling golden light burst forth from the talisman markings, and the light was gorgeous like fireworks. However, the shocking and overbearing pressure contained within it caused the surrounding space to tremble. Countless ancient demonic beast species trembled under the great pressure, and they roared and hissed endlessly. Boom! Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. His hair fluttered behind his back. There was an indescribable domineering and disdainful aura. His might distorted the surrounding void as he blasted out a palm. This palm was the condensation of the 3 seals obtained from the mysterious 4 elephants seal. The resplendent tricolored light was dazzling. It was also as powerful as a thunderbolt and directly landed on the head of the suppressed Qi dragon. Bang! Under this palm, the Qi dragon's body shone brightly. The dragon's scales on its head shattered layer by layer and dragon blood spurted out from its hideous mouth. Roar! The Qi dragon screamed miserably as its body fell to the mountain peak below. The peak of the mountain was destroyed. The rocks cracked and poured down in torrent. The entire mountain shook and cracked. Roar! At the same time, a mysterious seal covered Du Xiaofu's palm. It emitted the roars of dragons, phoenixes, lions, and tigers. However, a strange golden lightning arc and the shadow of a golden-winged Dangping appeared. The silver-yellow lightning arc flickered and a monstrous pressure spread from it. It contained a pressure that no beast could resist. Blood Soul Seal! Blood Soul Seal! Du Xiaofu's figure rushed down. Accompanied by the pressure of the supreme beast, he turned into a ball of golden light. This strange seal landed directly between the Qi dragon's eyebrows. At the same time, the Qi dragon's eyes were filled with fear. That terrifying pressure made its dragon's soul tremble. That was the descent of the supreme beast. Its whole body trembled and was completely suppressed. Then, its eyes closed involuntarily. Chapter 1655. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to condense, silver-gold runes entered the hornless dragon's glabella one after another. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing the numerous ancient demonic beasts in the surroundings to not dare to approach. They all prostrated themselves in fear. Ji, the heavily injured Dang, who rose into the air once again and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The runes on his body burned brightly, and the might caused the void to shatter continuously. Buzz! Just as Dang, who was about to pounce, a green light suddenly shot out from Du Xiaofu's body. In an instant, it turned into hundreds of saber lights that cut through the void. Wind and thunder rumbled as they formed a saber array that contained the mysteries of the 9 palaces. The illusionary saber array trapped Dang, who within. The saber lights that cut through the void immediately cut off Dang, whose other intact wing, causing it to bleed and cry out miserably. Roar! Dang, who roared. His 2 ferocious heads spewed out terrifying air waves that could shatter the void. His fangs were sharp and could pierce through the void. The black runes on his body soared into the sky. Bang! 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 However, in front of Dongli Chingching, Dang Hu did not have the slightest advantage. Instead, he was suppressed and kept howling. He was unable to injure Dongli Chingching at all. His vitality was still being devoured by the bright green light around Dongli Chingching. However, Dongli Chingching was unable to do anything to Dang Hu in a short period of time. It was enough to show that this ancient demonic beast was not ordinary. Master. In the void, the hornless dragon opened his fierce eyes once again. The pair of dragon eyes had lost their ferocity and killing intent and had become obedient. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face as he said to the hornless dragon, "Suppress Dang Hu." Roar! The hornless dragon roared and unleashed its aura. Along with its dragon's might, it immediately suppressed Dang Hu without hesitation. "Bastard, hornless dragon, are you being controlled by someone?" Dang Hu roared and howled. Its 4 fierce eyes revealed a look of shock. It was already suppressed by a human, but the hornless dragon was not inferior to it. At this moment it was in an even more difficult situation. Dang Hu hissed as he erupted with his full strength and utilized a secret technique to tear apart space. A large expanse of space was minced into pieces as runes shot into the sky. His beast body struggled free from the space, and he actually escaped from the illusory saber formation. However, his entire body was dripping with blood, and his wings were completely shattered. He was like a fishing net that was torn apart, and he was extremely miserable. Roar! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost. A resplendent golden-winged rock image, accompanied by silver-yellow lightning arcs, descended, bringing with it the roar of dragons, phoenixes, lions, and tigers, causing the beast soul in Dang Hu's mind to tremble. His entire body trembled as he was completely suppressed. Blood Soul Seal. Du Xiaofu forcibly set up the Blood Soul Seal again, and it directly landed on the glabella of Dang Hu, who was almost stunned by the absolute suppression. The strange palm print of the golden-winged rock image, accompanied by the supreme beast pressure, turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared between Dang Hu's eyebrows. This was Du Xiaofu forcibly setting up the Blood Soul Seal, which would be resisted by the beast soul with all its strength. If there was a mistake, the beast soul of the beast would be shattered, and he would also be greatly affected. His primordial spirit would be injured, and in the worst case, he would be possessed by the devil. Forcibly setting up the beast-controlling technique and activating the Blood Soul Seal required the support of a strong primordial spirit. It also required a good attainment in the Blood Soul Seal, which was much more difficult than killing a beast of the same level. The stronger the beast's cultivation, the smaller the chance of forcibly setting up the Blood Soul Seal in its mind. It was definitely not a simple matter. However, Du Xiaofu could do it. The strength of his primordial spirit was not inferior to the strength of his physical body. At this moment, the nirvana cultivation of his nirvana true self was also supporting him, in whose mind the beast soul and the hornless dragon roared and resisted with all their might. However, a bright golden light exploded in his mind at this moment. The shadow of a golden-winged great rock appeared in his mind with a strange handprint. It carried with it electric arcs and a monstrous aura of a supreme being swept across the sky, directly imprisoning his beast soul. After struggling for a while, the beast soul of Dang Hu, which was extremely resistant, finally began to be tamed. After a while, when Dang Hu opened his fierce eyes again, the fierceness in his eyes had disappeared. He became extremely docile and respectful. Looking at Du Xiaofu, he said, "Greetings, master." Du Xiaofu was very satisfied. With a smile on his face, the illusory saber formation around him was abstruse. Then, he kept it in his palm. At this moment, in the void not far away, countless ancient beasts were trembling and did not dare to get close to the battle. Under the suppression of Dongli Chingching and the hornless dragon, Dang Hu was already dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. Chi. Du Xiaofu's figure swept across the sky and appeared on top of Dang Hu's ferocious head. He used the beast-controlling technique and the blood-soul seal to suppress Dang Hu. However, what surprised Du Xiaofu was that Dang Hu's two heads were very strange. There were actually two beast souls and they could be divided into two. At the last moment, Dang Hu actually had a beast soul escape from his physical body and wanted to escape. Master, be careful of Dang Hu's beast soul. Yun Mu reminded Du Xiaofu. Go back. Du Xiaofu suppressed it. Under Yun Mu's reminder, he had already made preparations. Otherwise, the beast soul of Dang Hu would have escaped. Master. In the end, Dang Hu submitted and stood in front of Du Xiaofu meekly. The hornless dragon and Dang Hu's two huge beast shadows turned into two elderly men and Dang Hu's beast body turned into an elderly woman. The three beast kings were controlled and the ancient beasts around them were trembling and submitting. This scene made Tao Yu and Wuma Xing unable to recover from their shock for a long time. There were many ancient caves on the dark, lofty mountain. Inside the caves there were deep valleys and different worlds. Many ancient and huge palaces could be seen. This was Dang Hu's lair. It should have been an ancient mountain gate in the past. However, it was later occupied by Dang Hu and he became the king of this mountain. Master, Dang Hu asked us to do this. He said that he wanted to find the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Dang Hu told the truth. Dang Hu was the one who asked them to do this. Dang Hu. Yun Mu's expression changed when he heard this. His eyes were filled with fear and dread. Dang Hu. Du Xiaofu was still confused. He did not seem to be familiar with Dang Hu, so he would not attack him for no reason. Master, the Mirage Dragon King is a Mirage Dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon. It's the strongest monster king here. 1,000 years ago, there were two other top monster kings who could keep it in check. However, 1,000 years ago, the two monster kings tried to break through the domain but were suppressed by the space here. Both of them were severely injured and managed to survive. Since then, they have been living in seclusion. Hence, the Mirage Dragon King became the first monster king here, said Yunmu. Why is Dang Hu looking for me? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked Dang Hu and the hornless dragon. Master, Dang Hu is looking for the demon king, Du Xiaofu, not master, Dang Hu said. Master is the demon king Du Xiaofu, that you are looking for. Yun Mu scolded Dang Hu and the other two. What? Master is the demon king Du Xiaofu? Dang Hu and the other two were shocked. Master, the Mirage Dragon King, is with a member of the dragon clan called Long San. It was Long San who told the Mirage Dragon King to look for Master. Once he sees Master, he should inform them, said the hornless dragon. Long San. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flashed with golden light. He finally knew the reason. Dragons, Long San. There was no need to explain. Where is Long San now? Du Xiaofu was interested. Master, Long San and Dang Hu have already gone to the Supreme Tomb. They found many beast kings here and are looking for Master. We are just one of them, Dang Hu said. So they are not sure if Master will pass by here, so they did not stay for long. They only asked us to guard the mountain and search for Master. We were supposed to go to the Supreme Tomb to meet up with Dang Hu and wait for the tomb to open. Dongli Qingqing had been frowning. She suddenly asked Dang Hu and the others, Did you inform Long San and Dang Hu just now? We did not know Master before, so we did not inform him. We were only looking for Master, Dang Hu said. Dongli Qingqing glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, If we inform Lien Qingrong to come back, we can lure Long San here and kill him. But we don't know how strong Dang Hu is. There's no need to go through so much trouble to avoid wasting time. Let's meet in front of the Paragon Tomb. I really want to see how many trump cards Long San has prepared for me. The dragon race isn't afraid of heartache, so why should I be polite? Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1656. We might encounter experts from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal in front of the sovereign's tomb. If we fight, we might not be able to gain much of an advantage, Dongli Qingqing said. Don't worry, we won't be at a disadvantage either. Du Xiaofu smiled. Little Xingxing, Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Jialo Kaling, and Jialo Jueyu should be in front by now. Even if there were people from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Du Xiaofu didn't believe that only the dragons were present, since the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal and the dragons had long joined forces. There were traces of the school of vertical and horizontal behind them. That battle was unavoidable. Of course, Du Xiaofu never thought of letting off the remaining people from the school of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal in the divine domain. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to find them. Now that they wanted to jump out, there was no need to be polite. Okay. Seeing Du Xiaofu's confident look, Dongli Qingqing didn't say anything more. She knew that this guy also had allies in the divine domain. Du Xiaoyao and the golden-winged great rocks were already terrifying enough. The vast ancient square was extremely majestic. It was surrounded by mountains in the distance, making people appear extremely small. Even if a huge demonic beast appeared in the square, it wouldn't cause too much of a visual impact. The square was mottled, and there were many cracks on the ground. There were countless traces of swords and sabers. It was obvious that this place had experienced many shocking battles, but it wasn't destroyed. Around the square, there were many people gathered. There were groups of 30 to 50 people, and there were also groups of 70 to 80 people. There were even dozens of people gathered together, but they were scattered and vigilant of each other. Some of these people were looking around, and some were recuperating and adjusting their breathing. They seemed to be waiting for something. In the center of the square, there were many huge and uneven stone platforms. There were a total of 10 stone platforms, all of them ancient, without any signs of repair. The gigantic rock, which covered an area of over 10,000 feet, was like a small star that was shot down by someone, and was finally cut into 4 pieces. There were many figures standing on a stone platform. A man in a black battle robe glanced at the living beings in the distance. There was some contempt and disdain in his eyes. However, he did not look down on the figures gathered on the stone platforms. He was even a little wary of them. That young man is not weak. He should have some background. There was a handsome middle-aged man in dark green armor beside the man in black battle robes. He looked at the young man in white battle robes who was surrounded by 8 beautiful maidservants on a stone platform to the side and said, intentionally or otherwise, he should be the legendary successor of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong. A declining sect. Perhaps after the opening of the divine plane this time, the great snow mountain will no longer exist in this world, the man in black said. Hearing this, the eyes of the middle-aged man in battle robes flickered. The armor on his body was very strange. It seemed to be made up of pieces of scales, and they were reverse scales, which made the armor very special. Occasionally, it would shine with light. Then, he looked at the man in black battle robes and said softly, "This is the last chance. From now on, everything here will disappear. Don't worry, we dragons will do what we promised you. You are also one of us dragons. When the time comes, we will take you out at all costs," the man in black battle robes said. The man in reverse scale armor looked at the void in the square. His eyes flickered with the light of scales, and he said, "If we get the legendary greatest opportunity, we may have the opportunity to break through the limits of this divine plane and walk out of the world. We will no longer be restrained here. If you and I work together, who here can be our enemy? When the supreme tomb opens, we will be able to fight for the greatest opportunity." The eyes of the man in black battle robes began to become fierce. His voice gradually became gloomy, and he said, But before that, we must find that bastard Du Xiaofu and tear him to pieces. Only then can the hatred of us dragons be quenched. Is that Du Xiaofu really as strong as the rumors say? But a Nirvana Grandmaster is indeed rare, the middle-aged man in battle armor said. No matter how strong he is, that bastard must die this time. The voice of the man in black battle robes was extremely gloomy. Murderous intent surged, and he said, Qin Wudi of legalism and Gongsun Wuji of the school of vertical and horizontal have yet to appear. Humans are indeed unreliable. It's just a human. A Nirvana Grandmaster is very strong, but after all, he is only at the Nirvana realm. There is no need to surround and kill him. The middle-aged man in battle armor was somewhat indifferent. Although he knew that a Nirvana Grandmaster was very strong, there was a limit to how strong a Nirvana Grandmaster could be. That kid is very strange, and the school of Yinyang, school of Moism, and the school of agriculture don't know what's good for them. This time we can't make any more mistakes. If that kid doesn't die in the tomb, then he'll definitely come back. The tomb will be his death. Being able to die in front of the tomb is already a blessing for him. It's a great honor for him to be honored. The face of the man in black battle robes was gloomy. His voice was gloomy, and it was filled with anger and killing intent. He had already received news that Dragon 4, Dragon 6, and the others had all been killed. Including Dragon 9, he had already lost 5 of his brothers to that brat. Dragon 5 had also died at the hands of Du Yunlong from the desolate country. How could he not be angry? Whoosh whoosh as time passed, from all directions, silhouettes landed one after another, and all of them attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Whoosh whoosh in midair, the void was suffused with divine light, and strange movements appeared. Rumble in a short period of time, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, causing the void to begin to boil. The might of the heavens was vast, and it shook the surroundings. On a mountain peak, a graceful figure appeared, and a divine ring appeared from within her body. Then, a second ring appeared, and a total of 3 divine rings appeared, as if divine flames were burning. When the 3 divine rings appeared in the sky, a light beam of energy from the heavens and the earth seemed to have transcended time and space, and it enveloped the beautiful figure within it. It's that little girl who is breaking through to the half-step Nirvana realm. It will be a great merit if we bring her back. In the mountains, many silhouettes appeared. They were all covered in robes and hats, and their gazes were frightening. It's you bastards who hide your heads and show your tails again. Kill. A green light suddenly spread out and enveloped the sky. It was a cluster of green flames, and a sparkling red flame rose. Screech! When the sparkling green flames rose and were released into the void, a loud screech immediately spread out. The green flames were like a green sun, and a giant bird that was thousands of feet in size soared out. This giant bird had gorgeous tail feathers that were covered in green runes. It was moving, and when it spread its wings, it was agile and majestic, showing the aura of a supreme beast. It was a green Luan. Green Luan, one of the phoenixes. Among the 5 phoenixes, the red ones were the main phoenixes, the yellow ones were the Taowu, the purple ones were the Taowu, the green ones were the Taowu, and the white ones were the swan. This green Luan was one of the 5 phoenixes. It's this evil beast again. It will be of great use if we capture it alive. Strange silhouettes swept out, and as they spoke, waves of demonic aura swept out, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and instantly besieged the green Luan. That girl is breaking through, and she is at her weakest. Lay down a demonic seal, and we can take her away. A silhouette spoke, and directly swept towards the beautiful figure who was breaking through. Don't you dare touch Sister Xingyu. The green Luan screeched, and its full strength erupted. It opened its mouth and spewed out countless green flames, which turned into countless sharp green flaming sword rays. They whistled through the void and forced a few strange silhouettes to retreat. Some of them were seriously injured. This green Luan is not ordinary. Lord Moksha has ordered that this girl cannot be left alive. If we can't capture her, we will kill her. Let's kill this green Luan first." A silhouette revealed a cold look in his eyes, and he attacked with all his might. He threw out a punch, and his fist was surrounded by demonic aura with electric arcs. It exploded with a destructive and gorgeous light, and it collided with the green Luan. The green Luan tore the fist with its claws, and it turned into a dazzling rain of light. Rumble, however, at the same time, more than 10 silhouettes swept towards the green Luan at the same time. They were as fast as lightning, and their demonic aura was monstrous, accompanied by lightning and thunder. "You are courting death by touching my phoenixes." Suddenly, a clear voice came from far away in the void. At the same time as this clear voice rang out, surging purple flames seeped into the void. The surging purple flames were like a purple sun that blotted out the sky, descending with terrifying heat. Monstrous energy swept out and shook half the sky. Rumble! The ground was destroyed, and huge cracks appeared in the mountains, and the mountain peaks collapsed in torrents. Bang, 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 the rolling purple flames covered the sky and swept across the sky, and it was as if a purple sun had erupted. It could destroy everything, and it had a supreme heavenly might. Those strange silhouettes were instantly crushed by the purple flames. Everything happened in an instant. The monstrous purple flames in the void then retracted, and the graceful figure of a beautiful woman appeared. Her fingers were slender, and her skin was smooth. There was a faint purplish-gold color in her snow-white skin, and her eyes were like purple suns, as if they could see through everything in the world. Chapter 1657. The huge body of the blue phoenix flickered with light, and then it turned into a young girl in green clothes. She was only 16 or 17 years old. Her white and flawless skin revealed a faint pink color. She had curved eyebrows and long eyelashes. Her clear and bright eyes gathered together with a faint green light, and her thin lips were delicate and tender like rose petals. "You are from my clan." Qing Luan looked at the beautiful girl. Her eyes rippled. Her aura was mysterious and supreme. "You are not old, but your cultivation has already reached the beast region. Your talent is extraordinary." The beautiful woman looked at Qing Luan and smiled. Her waist was slender, and her limbs were long. She had the temperament of a fairy. She wore a purple dress, and the purple flame was indistinct. She looked like an otherworldly being. "You are from the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix clan," said Qing Luan. "Yes." The beautiful woman nodded. Then, she raised her head slightly and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. A smile appeared on her beautiful face as she said, "So it's that girl who is half a step away from the Nirvana realm. You know Sister Xingyu?" Qing Luan looked at the beautiful girl in surprise. "I know her and I know you. It's just that you don't know me." The beautiful girl's voice was like the sound of nature. She was Zishuan. When Du Xiaofu was undergoing nirvana, she had felt a familiar aura. Now, she recognized it. Sister Zishuan. Many figures flew down from the sky. The one in front was a beautiful girl. Her body was graceful. Her lips were like cherry blossoms. She was Huang Ling of the Phoenix clan. Beside her, there were a few young men and women. They all had outstanding auras. The men were handsome and ethereal. The women were dignified and noble. Half a step into the nirvana stage. She has stepped into the nirvana stage. Huang Ling looked at the girl in the sky. Her colorful eyes rippled. Then, she looked at Qing Luan and smiled. "I didn't expect someone from my clan to be here." Huff huff, many figures were sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, meditating and adjusting their breathing. It was Du Xiaofu and the rest, who were traversing the 10,000 Beasts mountain. However, there was now the addition of the hornless dragon, parallel seal, and Donghu's 3 beasts in human form. There were some dangerous places in the 10,000 Beast mountains that had been scouted by the joint seal, so there would not be many opportunities. This was also the border of the joint seal, allowing Du Xiaofu to safely pass through the 10,000 Beast Mountains. Qi, the desolate ancient space, flew out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows as a familiar figure walked out and stretched his back. The inverted triangular eyebrows on his face and the wretched expression in his eyes did not change much. Brother Qing Chun. Du Xiaofu smiled and stood up. The figure in front of him was none other than his big brother, Zhen Qingchun. I've benefited a lot. However, I can't compare to the talent of you youngsters. Zhen Qingchun smiled. After killing the dragons, legalism, and a large number of other creatures, he took the 6-wheel blood-killing array and went into seclusion in the desolate ancient space. He had benefited greatly. Although he could not become a supreme again under the mysterious effect of the desolate ancient space, the benefits he had gained were already incomparably shocking. No one can say for sure on the path of cultivation. One doesn't have to be a supreme nirvana to go further. I think that among the predecessors, there were some who did not become a supreme nirvana but could still become a top expert. Du Xiaofu said. Half of his words were comforting Zhen Qingchun, and the other half was telling the truth. The supreme nirvana was just a kind of nirvana. For example, the human sovereign heavenly talent and the human sovereign heavenly talent. Who could guarantee that the human sovereign heavenly talent would not go further on the path of cultivation than the human sovereign heavenly talent? Talent was an important factor, but the true foundation of cultivation was still one's own body. Yes, one's own body. Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden, and a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He had been thinking about whether he could make further progress on the nirvana stage of the Greater Supreme. However, the true foundation of cultivation lay in one's own body. One's own strength was true strength. Are you comforting me? Zhen Qingchun raised his eyebrows and interrupted Du Xiaofu's contemplation. His inverted triangular eyes were still as wretched as before. However, the charm of his eyes was getting more and more like he had achieved the Tao. Do you want to continue? We're almost at the Supreme Tomb. Dongli Qingqing stopped her breathing and got up to Du Xiaofu's side. When she saw Zhen Qingchun, her eyes glowed with a beautiful radiance and she nodded slightly. You've already met him. This is my sworn elder brother. Du Xiaofu introduced Dongli Qingqing to Zhen Qingchun. He took Dongli Qingqing's slender hand and looked at Zhen Qingchun. He smiled and said, You've also met him. Dongli Qingqing hesitated for a moment. She looked at Du Xiaofu and quietly broke free from his hand. She bowed and said to Zhen Qingchun, Greetings, Brother Qingchun. I've long heard of you. This, Zhen Qingchun was naturally familiar with Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, when he saw Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, he understood what was going on. His inverted triangular eyes turned, and he took out a pill that was filled with rich energy from his Qiankuan bag and handed it to Dongli Qingqing. He said, You've already called me Brother Qingchun. I don't have anything good on me and I'm poor. This pill is not bad. If sister-in-law doesn't mind, please accept it. Treat it as a gift to change the way you address me. Brother Qingchun, Dongli Qingqing was stunned. Her gaze changed greatly, and she suddenly felt as if she had fallen into a trap. Her charming cheeks immediately flushed red. It's Brother Qingchun's kind intentions. Just accept it. Du Xiaofu chuckled. Dongli Qingqing took the pill from Zhen Qingchun's hand and stood beside Du Xiaofu. She secretly pinched Du Xiaofu's arm. Du Xiaofu cried out in pain, causing Tao Yu, Wuma Xing, Yun Mu, Dalan, and Xiao Lan to look over curiously. It's nothing. I'm just informing everyone that it's time to set off. We'll be arriving at the sovereign tomb soon. Be careful. Du Xiaofu pretended as if nothing had happened and said to everyone, Master, Long San and the Hui Dragon King should already be there. Tong Feng, Yun Mu, Dang Hu, and the others all stood up and went to Du Xiaofu's side. They looked at the end of the mountain range with ripples in their eyes. Dragons will be the last one to come in. Long San, right? Du Xiaofu looked at the end of the mountain range and licked his dry lip. A chill flashed through his eyes. Chapter 1658. As for the Supreme Tomb, Du Xiaofu learned a few things from Parallel Seal and the others. It was the place with the greatest lucky chances in the entire divine domain. Everything in the space of the God domain was biased towards geniuses and supremes. However, inside the Supreme Being tomb, even supreme beings could easily die inside. Even supreme beings would lose their protection and advantages. One could see just how dangerous and terrifying this place was. However, in the end, everyone would gather at the center of the divine domain for the Supreme Tomb. Strictly speaking, everyone was here for the treasures in the sovereign tomb. There was a rumor in the world that the strongest treasures in the divine domain were all in the Supreme Tomb. There was absolutely nothing to be surprised about if there was a saint artifact in there. There were also other benefits that were unimaginable to ordinary people. It was said that as long as one obtained a little bit of benefit in the Supreme Tomb, it would be enough for one to move unhindered in the world. I think Du Xiaoyao, Little Green, and Little Tiger should be arriving at the Supreme Tomb soon. Thinking about Du Xiaoyao, Little Qing, and the others, the coldness on Du Xiaofu's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. He was afraid that all the remaining people in the divine domain would gather in the Supreme Tomb. That would be the true gathering of heroes. Geniuses would gather and supreme beings would run amok. At that time, if one didn't have a bit of strength, not to mention fighting for the opportunities in the Supreme Tomb, one wouldn't even be able to enter. Legalism's Qin Wudi and school of vertical and horizontal's Gongsun Wuji should also appear. The Supreme Tomb was the final place of fortune. The last experts of the legalism and Zongheng family would definitely appear. Du Xiaofu sneered. If he encountered the legalism, Zongheng family and Long San's group, there was no need to be polite. Even if Long San, Hui Dragon King, Qin Wudi, and Gongsun Wuji were all together, Du Xiaofu reckoned that as long as he gathered Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others, he would have nothing to fear. As long as it was a one-on-one fight, Du Xiaofu gently clenched his fists under the sleeves of his battle robes. As long as he had the opportunity, he should be able to completely kill Long San, Qin Wudi, and the rest. Xiao Jing, drunkard dad, are you guys going to show up too? Du Xiaofu murmured. He had already confirmed that his drunkard father and Xiao Jing were both in the divine domain. When the time comes, they should also appear in the Supreme Tomb. This was the space of the God domain. This time, there was no one who could stop him from seeing Xiao Jing. And then there was his drunkard father. After all, it had been more than 10 years since they had parted ways. Du Xiaofu was a bit nervous, but he was also looking forward to seeing him again. What's wrong? Are you thinking about your father and sister? Zhen Qichun asked softly. I'm looking forward to it. Du Xiaofu smiled. Then, his eyes burned with passion. When the time comes, there will be many experts in front of the Supreme Being's tomb. I also want to see how strong my peers are. How many of them can be compared to you, Demon King? Dalan and Xiaolan rolled their eyes at Du Xiaofu. In their hearts, it was unlikely that there would be anyone in the same generation as the Demon King. Let's go to the Supreme Tomb. Everyone was already prepared. Du Xiaofu spoke and prepared to set off. He was filled with anticipation for the Supreme Tomb. However, he was absolutely not careless. Who knew what kind of dark horses would appear? Maybe there would be existences even stronger than the great snow mountain's descendant Lian Qingrong, the dark hell emperor Ming Yao, and the heavenly demon Yeluhan. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Many cultivators were careless and couldn't escape their fate. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was never careless. In Du Xiaofu's heart, there were still a few people who were absolutely tyrannical existences. The son of his adoptive father, Jialo Changtian, and the younger brother of Jialo Kaling, Jialo Jumi. With his talent, he was qualified to enter the divine domain. When the divine domain opened, he would definitely appear. At that time, he would probably be a tyrannical opponent. There was another person whom Du Xiaofu was most concerned about. Back then, he had fought against him in Tianhuang mainland, and he was the only person of the same generation whom Du Xiaofu had yet to defeat. If he were here, Du Xiaofu wondered how powerful Du Xiaofu would be right now. Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu and the others were about to set off, there was a fluctuation in the void in front of them. Du Xiaofu immediately narrowed his eyes and looked over. Whoosh! In the void there was the sound of wind breaking. Then, a figure stopped and floated in the air, emitting green light. With the appearance of this figure, the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth also became abundant, with an ancient aura permeating the air. It was a young man in green who walked out. His demeanor was unparalleled, and he seemed to have discovered something. His eyes were vast as he stared at Du Xiaofu and the others from afar. There was a strong life force emanating from his body. What a strong aura! It's a demon spirit. Looking at the man in green who appeared in the void in the distance, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with surprise. That was definitely a powerful existence that was not inferior to Lian Qingrong, Yelu Han and the others. At this moment, the man in green also clearly felt the aura on Du Xiaofu's body. There was a fluctuation in the aura from afar. But in the end, the young man in green's eyes fell on Dongli Qingqing, who was beside Du Xiaofu. His eyes fluctuated and he let out a cry of surprise. Whoosh, however, it only paused for a moment before the green-clothed man once again broke through the air, disappearing into the air along with the sound of wind breaking. Demon spirit, strong aura, could it be the undead spirit demon? Dongfang Qingmu. Du Xiaofu raised his brows. The aura on the demon spirit was not inferior to Lian Qingrong. If he guessed correctly, it was very likely to be the undead spirit demon, Dongfang Qingmu. That's a demon spirit, its strength is terrifying, Dongli Qingqing said. She also felt the power of the young man in green. He should be heading towards the sovereign tomb. Be careful when you meet him, Du Xiaofu said to Dongli Qingqing. Then, the group flew away. As they got closer to the sovereign tomb, the number of figures they encountered gradually increased. After Du Xiaofu and the others left the myriad beast mountain, in the surrounding sky, there were figures flying in the air. There were even people riding on demonic beasts, turning into rainbows and rapidly flying forward. Looks like there are quite a lot of people. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. In the divine dominion, there were dangers everywhere. But at this moment there were quite a lot of living beings who could still walk step by step into the divine dominion. But most of them had already lost their life-saving talismans. But Du Xiaofu was not too surprised. In the divine dominion, all the living beings of the younger generation who were qualified to enter the divine dominion had already entered. There were also quite a few of the older generation. Naturally, there were quite a lot of people. Almost everyone had their own life-saving talismans. If they suffered once, they would have a second chance. So at this moment, those who were able to stay until the end were naturally not few. But they were still the elites of the elite. Master, the sovereign tomb is in front. Looking at the surrounding situation, the sovereign tomb might appear soon. Bing Feng looked around. He was more familiar with this place. Thousands of years ago, when the divine dominion was opened to the outside world, he had participated in the fight and obtained some small opportunities. Du Xiaofu looked ahead. There was a huge square in front of him, surrounded by boundless mountains. From Bing Feng and the others, he knew that this square was usually filled with runes. It was a place of primal chaos, and it was impossible to enter. When this square appeared, the time for the supreme tomb to appear was approaching. The aura in front is a little unusual. Zhen Qingchun looked at the square in the distance, and felt a vast and oppressive aura. That aura was very obscure, so vast that ordinary people would not be able to sense it. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance and felt the aura in the square in front of him. Suddenly, white runes flashed past his eyes like divine light, causing his eyes to tremble. Du Xiaofu was able to sense a vast and obscure fluctuation of aura from the vast square in front of him as he probed with his mind and the sharp energy of his soul. The aura fluctuation spread. The more one probed, the more vast it felt. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's nirvana realm cultivation seemed unusually small. As expected of the Dragon God and the Lord of the 3,000 Great World. This place is not simple. Feeling the aura fluctuation, Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious. He did not dare to probe further. The aura was like a heavenly might that could not be provoked. Then, Du Xiaofu reminded everyone to be careful and rushed into the square together. When they arrived at the square, there were more and more figures in the surroundings. Many demonic beasts had revealed their true forms. However, they did not transform into their largest physical bodies. Instead, they maintained their sizes of tens of feet to tens of feet. Their ferocious eyes made some human cultivators not dare to provoke them. The square was near the center, and some good spots were occupied by some big and small forces. Some rogue cultivators and cultivators who were not strong enough could only be pushed to the periphery. Those closer to the center were some big forces and big beast clans. Their lineups were clearly separated and did not interfere with each other. However, although there were many living beings in the square, they were not all living beings in the entire divine domain. Whoosh whoosh, from time to time, there were still figures descending from the void. Although there were not many people coming, they kept gathering in the square, causing more and more people to gather in the square. Du Xiaofu did not have many people with him, but with Bing Feng, Yunzhan, Qi Long and Dang Hu, the four of them were ferocious existences. Their ferocious auras caused no one to dare to provoke them. The surrounding living beings were vigilant, and they definitely did not dare to offend Du Xiaofu and the others. Those who were able to come here were not fools. They could feel the strength of Du Xiaofu and the others, so they did not want to provoke an existence that they should not provoke and suffer a calamity. Although there were many big forces and clans here, if they were to talk about it seriously, except for the 9 great families, the Phoenix clan, the Dragons, and the golden-winged Great Rock clan, there were not many who dared to be arrogant. No matter how strong the sect behind them was, it was nothing in here. There were many people here who they could not afford to provoke. What a familiar figure! It looks like the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Did I see wrongly? It should be him. I can't be wrong. As Du Xiaofu and the others passed by, there were people who whispered and looked surprised. When Du Xiaofu was about to reach the center of the square, his gaze swept across the front. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Chapter 1659. In the center of the vast square, there were 10 stone platforms standing quietly. However, what made Du Xiaofu's gaze freeze was the 10 stone platforms. They seemed to be standing quietly, but in fact they were filled with a kind of boundless qi, which was extremely terrifying. At that moment, the 10 stone platforms were already occupied by various powerful monstrous beasts and large factions. There were signs of fighting in the surroundings, leaving behind quite a bit of bloody mist. The smell of blood was still spreading. From the looks of it, those who could stand firm on the 10 square stone platforms were definitely not ordinary cultivators. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the stone platforms and saw many familiar figures. The first ones that attracted his attention were Lian Qingrong and the 8 maidservants. The 9 of them occupied a stone platform, which was filled with a dense cold qi. It seemed that there was a shocking battle not long ago. On the stone platform not far from Lian Qingrong, Du Xiaofu saw the green-clothed youth that he saw not long ago. He was most likely the undead spirit demon, Dongfang Qingmu. His body was full of vitality, which made people tremble for no reason. At this moment, there was a black-clothed young man standing beside the green-clothed young man who was brimming with vitality. Strange black runes rippled out from his body. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. Those deep black eyes seemed to contain the 9 netherworld, causing people's hair to stand on end and their souls to scatter. He's also a demonic spirit. Could it be the Dark Hell Emperor Ming Yao? Du Xiaofu guessed the identity of the black-clothed youth. His invisible qi was not below the green-clothed youth, so it was very likely that he was the Dark Hell Emperor Ming Yao. When the two of them stood on the stone platforms, the surrounding people on the stone platforms were also afraid, and the people beside them did not dare to come close. Not far from the two of them, there was a large group of figures. There were at least 500 to 600 people, but Du Xiaofu had already seen some of them before. They were Hui Mutian and the others from the famous clan. They had fought with each other in the legalism competition. It seemed that the people on the stone platform were undoubtedly from the famous clan. Among the disciples of the famous clan, there was a long-robed youth beside Hui Mutian. His eyes were like the sea, and his qi was extraordinary. Supreme Nirvana Realm Expert. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched slightly. He could sense the aura of the long-robed young man. He was definitely a Nirvana stage expert. Du Xiaofu was not surprised in his heart. With the background of the famous family, it was not strange for them to have a Nirvana supremacy. Master, those 10 stone platforms are places that must be fought for. With the appearance of the sovereign tomb, the people on those stone platforms will have a much higher chance of entering. At this moment, the hornless dragon spoke. Its voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. At the same time, Du Xiaofu sensed a familiar aura. Sweeping his gaze across the area, he could sense the aura of hundreds of demonic beasts. Among them, there was a familiar aura of dragons. Master, it's Hui Dragon King and Long San. Dang Hu's voice reached Du Xiaofu's ears almost at the same time as the hornless dragon's voice. There was a slight tremor in his voice, and it was obvious that he was afraid. At this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly sensed 2 extremely sharp gazes on the stone platform beside him. The aura was very cold. Following the gazes, Du Xiaofu saw a man in black battle robes and a middle-aged man in strange armor. The man in black battle robes had the aura of a dragon, while the middle-aged man's armor was very strange. It seemed to be made of reverse scales, which made the armor very special. The armor occasionally shone with a radiant light. Long San and the Mirage Dragon King. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and a cold light shot out from his eyes. Judging from the aura of the two people, there was no doubt that they were Long San and Hui Dragon King. On the stone platform, the man in black battle robes and the middle-aged man in armor were Long San and Hui Dragon King. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the two of them immediately fixed their cold gazes on Du Xiaofu. At the same time, their faces changed in shock. They saw the twin seals, the hornless dragon, and Dang Hu standing next to Du Xiaofu. As they looked at each other, the atmosphere in the square immediately froze. The cultivators present all felt that the space was so frozen that the wind couldn't blow it away. The void quietly trembled violently. Even the eyes of the black-clothed young man and the green-clothed young man, who were brimming with vitality on the surrounding stone platforms, fluctuated slightly. Long San, Demon King Du Xiaofu, there's going to be a show to watch. Among the famous people, the long-robed young man beside Hui Mutian said softly. He was happy to watch the show. Xiaofu. Young Hall Master. Big Brother Xiaofu. Old Third. Amidst the tense atmosphere, someone quickly approached from afar. The voice was familiar and was immediately squeezed out from the crowd. Du Xiaofu looked behind him and saw over 20 figures rushing out. They were all familiar figures with joy in their eyes. There was the 7-Star Hall's 6th Martial Uncle, Purple Sky Venerable, 2nd Martial Uncle, Fairy Yu, Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and a few other juniors of the Du family. Lastly, there were also his roommates from Tianwu Academy, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, and a few other seniors and juniors of Tianwu Academy. However, when Du Xiaofu saw everyone's appearance, his gaze sank. 2nd Martial Uncle Fairy Yu, 6th Martial Uncle Zi Tianzuan, Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei and the others were all covered in wounds. From the looks of their injuries, it seemed that they had just fought not long ago. Second martial uncle, sixth martial uncle, big brother, second brother, and fourth brother, what happened to you? Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious as he handed out healing elixirs to everyone. We were originally on the stone platform, but the famous experts came and attacked us directly. We weren't their match. Purple Sky Venerable smiled bitterly. He was a domineering figure, but at this moment, he seemed a little lonely and helpless. Facing the famous experts, he wasn't their match. He could only lead everyone down the stone platform. If it wasn't for the fact that he reacted quickly, he wouldn't have bothered with them. The famous experts definitely wouldn't mind killing them. Fairy Yu also had a bitter smile on her face. She didn't say anything. In front of the famous experts, they didn't have the strength to resist. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately turned towards the famous expert. Looking at the formation of hundreds of people, including Hui Mutian and the Nirvana Realm expert, there were also many elders and protectors of the famous expert. Although those elders and protectors of the famous experts had their cultivation suppressed, with their average strength and number, they definitely weren't people that the second martial uncle, sixth martial uncle, Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others could contend against. Seeing Du Xiaofu's gaze, the long-robed young man, Hui Mutian, and many other disciples and protectors of the famous experts, who were planning to watch the show, suddenly trembled. Those people are related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Many experts of the famous experts' eyes trembled inwardly. They naturally still remembered the people they had chased down not long ago. They naturally came to the square to fight for a stone platform. When they saw that there were more than 20 people occupying a stone platform and they weren't from the 9 great families or the Phoenix clan, they naturally attacked without any hesitation. Without any explanation, they heavily injured a few of them. However, seeing that those people were tactful enough to run away quickly, they didn't waste too much energy chasing after them. However, at this moment, the famous experts realized that those 20 people were actually related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Immediately, their expressions became somewhat unsightly. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the disciples of the famous experts on the stone platform. He asked Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others, "Did we lose anyone?" "No one lost anyone. We saw that the situation wasn't good, so we didn't argue. It's just that those famous experts were too ruthless, and we were a little cowardly," Dongli Diao said. Their strength was inferior, so being chased down the stone platform was nothing in itself. It was natural selection, and the strong were respected. There was always a taller mountain. However, as soon as those famous experts appeared, they didn't say anything and directly attacked fiercely. If they didn't retreat quickly, they probably would have died in this square. Famous experts? Du Xiaofu's eyes sunk, and he directly walked towards the famous expert. The famous expert had chased away his second senior uncle and sixth senior uncle on the stone platform. The weak were prey to the strong, and strength was the most important thing. However, Du Xiaofu wanted to seek justice for them. If they could snatch, then so could he. Looking at Du Xiaofu directly walking towards them, the eyes of the famous experts trembled, especially Hui Mutian and the others. They knew that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, wasn't someone to be trifled with. Du Xiaofu took a few steps and stood in front of the square platform of the famous expert. Dongli Qingqing, Yun Mu, Bing Feng, and the others followed behind him. Slightly raising his head, Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd. He looked at the group of famous experts and indifferently spat out 2 words, "Go down." Chapter 1660. Du Xiaofu, don't go too far. A young man in a long robe walked out from the famous clan. His face was angular, and there was a terrifying aura rippling from his body. He was filled with absolute power and danger, and there was also a pressure that could not be provoked. How am I going too far? It's fine if the famous clan snatched it. Can't I snatch it now? Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in a long robe and then glanced around him. There were many outstanding young people, as well as many old and middle-aged men. However, many of them had lost their life-saving talismans. It was unknown whether they had died once or the old and middle-aged men had lost their life-saving talismans because of the suppression of the divine domain. When the young man in the long robe heard Du Xiaofu's words, his expression changed. He looked at Du Xiaofu gloomily, and a powerful fluctuation accompanied by a faint whirlwind rune spread out. He said, "So what if our famous clan chased away a few people? It's already good enough that we didn't kill them. Are you sure you want to be enemies with our famous clan? Don't incur the public anger of the 9 great clans." The young man in the lead was somewhat afraid of Du Xiaofu, so he did not act arrogantly. However, he was also arrogant. Du Xiaofu was being pursued by the legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal. If he dared to provoke the famous clan, he would be digging his own grave. "How dare you speak to my master like that? Are you courting death?" Yunzhan, Tong Feng, and Qi Dragon, Dang Hu, had been placed with the Blood Soul Seal, so they naturally protected their master under the beast-controlling technique. They immediately shouted at the young man in the long robe, and a fierce aura surged out and swept through the sky. This aura was extraordinary, and it made all the famous clan members tremble in fear. In the divine domain, the strength of the elders and protectors of the famous clan was suppressed, and they could only reach the initial stage of the martial domain realm. However, Yunzhan, Tong Feng, and the others were not suppressed at all. "What's going on? Dang Hu, Qi Dragon, and Tong Feng, are they betraying us?" When the Sea Serpent King saw from afar that Bing Feng and the others had submitted to Du Xiaofu, the Sea Serpent King, along with Long San and the others, were puzzled and had ugly expressions. If you have the strength, you can naturally chase them away. As for killing them, I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. The famous clan doesn't have the capital to threaten me. I've already given you a chance. If you don't go down, then I can only learn from you. Du Xiaofu waved his hand to stop Yun Mu and the rest, asking them to withdraw. As the words left his mouth, he gently stomped his foot on the ground, and his figure rose into the air. He looked down at the disciples on the stone platform, and immediately waved his hand. Golden light symbols and mysterious patterns that filled the sky directly swept out, and finally transformed into the illusory image of a great peng's golden wings. This was the sky-shaking wings. Bang, 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 with a sweep of its wings, golden light covered the sky. The space above the stone platform exploded, and golden talisman runes filled the air. Du Xiaofu, do you really think that I, Hui Yuan, am afraid of you? The leading young man in robes roared. In an instant, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and his gaze shot out like a blade. The surrounding aura of runes soared into the sky, turning into a storm vortex that blocked most of Du Xiaofu's attack. However, under the aftershock of Du Xiaofu's sky-shaking wings, many disciples on the stone platform were directly sent flying. Even though Du Xiaofu had not used his full strength, many of them were directly smashed to pieces and turned into a bloody mist. "Bastard, I'd like to see if your reputation is unwarranted." Hui Yuan was furious. He was the true #1 person among the younger generation of the famous clan, a Nirvana stage sovereign. At this moment, he was furious. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him and a famous clan member. This was a provocation to him, an absolute humiliation to the famous clan. Boom! In an instant, Hui Yuan's face turned cold and gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying Yuan spirit energy shot towards Du Xiaofu at lightning speed, bringing with it a terrifying sovereign pressure. A dual cultivator of martial arts and talisman arts, a Yuan spirit attack Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. A Yuan spirit energy immediately swept out from the Naiwan Palace in his mind, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, and silver-gold lightning arcs overflowed. Rumble, the two yuan spirit energies collided, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble. A powerful yuan spirit fluctuation spread, almost tearing space apart. However, the space in the square was very strange. It was able to isolate the devouring attack. The space was indestructible, and the ground was difficult to crack. However, as the two yuan spirit energies collided, Hui Yuan's figure immediately staggered back, and a mouthful of dark red blood spurted from his mouth. When he stabilized his body, shock surged in his eyes. Under his yuan spirit attack, it was impossible for someone of the same cultivation level to resist. Just a moment ago, his yuan spirit attack was as fast as lightning. However, only now did he know how unfathomable his opponent's yuan spirit was. It was also domineering and destructive. Is this the strength of the famous clan's younger generation? It's very weak. I'm afraid that this stone platform will not be able to hold on, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. There was not much fluctuation in his emotions. With his current cultivation and strength, he indeed had the qualifications to have such an attitude. The famous clan cannot be challenged by an outsider. You, Du Xiaofu, are not allowed either. As his face twitched, Hui Yuan took a step into the air. 6 divine flames rose from the top of his head, and the supreme power surged. The aura of a peak nirvana stage cultivator swept out without holding back. Rumble! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Winds rose and clouds surged. The martial veins in his body were activated, and the runes were resplendent as a gale whistled. The clouds followed the dragon, and the wind followed the tiger. Hui Yuan's giant tiger vein spirit carried the terrifying might of a nirvana stage expert. It seemed to have transformed into an earth-shattering storm. As it roared, it pounced towards Du Xiaofu like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Seeing that Hui Yuan had already activated his vein spirit, Du Xiaofu's eyes turned cold. He formed a seal with his hand, and a blazing and terrifying purple flame surged out. It transformed into a purple flame demonic phoenix, and directly collided with the giant tiger. A woo! The collision roared and hissed, and a terrifying aura swept out in the sky. Oh my God, he's not putting Hui Yuan in his eyes. When they saw that the beast energy that Du Xiaofu had casually condensed was able to fight against Hui Yuan's vein spirit, many creatures in the surroundings exclaimed. At this moment, when Hui Yuan saw that Du Xiaofu had casually condensed beast energy to resist his vein spirit, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. His figure crossed the sky, and under the supreme heavenly might of a nirvana stage expert, he clenched his fist. A gale whistled and turned into a vortex. 6 divine flames condensed in the vortex, and seeped out, enveloping Du Xiaofu with the power to devour the heavens. Not bad. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the gale vortex. His eyes turned cold, and his palm was suddenly covered with tricolored runes. It transformed into a tricolored palm print that was golden, black, and silver, and was suspended in front of him. The tricolored palm print was sparkling and translucent, and it was filled with runes. A heart-palpitating ripple spread out from it, causing all the living beings present to shudder in fear. Break! In the blink of an eye, the tricolored palm print on Du Xiaofu's palm tore through space and expanded in the wind. The tricolored runes contained a terrifying destructive power, and they slammed into the nirvana stage vortex. Rumble! The nirvana stage vortex trembled violently, and then it erupted with tricolored runes. Then, the entire vortex trembled and exploded. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky trembled violently, and an energy storm swept out in all directions. The terrifying impact caused a pitch-black halo to appear in the exploded void. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything, and then it gradually disappeared. The creatures in the square were dumbfounded, and their hearts were palpitating. There was no lack of super-experts present who were shocked by such a terrifying destructive power. That destructive power was far beyond the initial martial domain realm. All the creatures could feel that even those who had just reached the peak of the sealed domain realm would be severely injured, if not killed. The eyes of the cold black-clothed young man, the lively green-clothed young man, Long San, the Sea Serpent King, and the others, who had been quietly watching the show, trembled violently as they watched the frightening power sweep over. Lien Qingrong and the 8th maidservant's expressions didn't change much, and they weren't surprised at all. Puff! The terrifying vortex exploded, and the energy storm dissipated in an instant. The resplendent runes dimmed, and the chaotic space gradually cleared up. Hui Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. The runes on his body dimmed, and his aura was extremely weak. The 6 divine rings above his head seemed to be extinguished at any time. Nirvana isn't enough. Go down. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed across the sky like a ghost, and his body exuded a strange fluctuation. He waved his hand, and thunderclouds gathered in the void around him. Large amounts of purple lightning descended in a domineering manner like a torrential rain, striking Hui Yuan off the stone platform. Puff! Hui Yuan spat out mouthfuls of blood as he crashed onto the stone platform, severely injured. The giant tiger bloodline spirit in the sky was also shattered. Bang bang bang! Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky, and many of the disciples on the stone platform were blasted away one after another. Arcs of lightning overflowed everywhere. It was a tragic sight, and miserable screams could be heard. Du Xiaofu, you're provoking the famous clan. You're making an enemy of the famous clan. Many elders of the famous clan shouted, their eyes filled with anger, but they were all in a sorry state as they hurriedly dodged the falling purple lightning. Those who don't get down will be killed without mercy. Du Xiaofu only replied with one sentence. Get down quickly. Some elders and middle-aged men of the famous clan shouted in panic. They supported Hui Yuan and immediately left the stone platform, not daring to stay any longer. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had actually swept away the strongest expert of the younger generation of the famous clan with just a raise of his hand and threatened him to leave in a hurry, the surroundings were incomparably shocked. Every dog has its day. Every dog has its day. Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Zhang Wei, and the others were pleasantly surprised after recovering from their shock. Previously they had left in a sorry state, but not long after they made a comeback, suppressing the famous clan to the point where they could not raise their heads. I didn't expect such an existence to exist. Is he the demon king that everyone is talking about? On a stone platform, the eyes of the lively green-clothed youth and the black-clothed youth, whose eyes were like the depths of hell, flashed with radiant runes at this moment. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, defeated Hui Yuan without even using his supreme power. Too terrifying! The surrounding creatures with extraordinary eyesight were shocked as they discussed softly, their eyes trembling. He really does have some ability. On a stone platform to the side, the Hui Dragon King's deep eyes rippled as he revealed a look of surprise. This bastard must die, or there will be endless trouble in the future. Long San's black battle robe fluttered as killing intent surged in his deep eyes. Chapter 1661. Swoosh, swoosh, purple Tianzuan, Yu Xianzi, Dongli Qingqing, the woman with the surname Su Yunmu, and the others appeared on the stone platform and landed behind Du Xiaofu. Compared to Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others, purple Tianzuan and Yu Xianzi seemed a little lonely. In this space of the divine dominion, they had seen too many of the younger generation. They were terrifyingly talented and powerful. The most tyrannical creatures in the world were gathered together. The older generation did not have the slightest advantage when they came in. They were even suppressed. They had seen too many peerless geniuses. This was a great impact on Purple Tianzuan and the others. Fortunately, the most outstanding young people at this moment were from the 7-star hall. They were their juniors. This also gave Purple Tianzuan and Yu Xianzi the greatest comfort. On the stone platform, the disciples of the famous families left unwillingly. Du Xiaofu landed on the stone platform and felt two cold gazes. He looked in the direction of the gazes and saw the man in the black battle robe and the middle-aged man in battle armor again. His eyes were suffused with a golden light that spread out like a vortex. "People of the dragons," Dongli Qingqing said softly. She watched as the aura on Long San and the others began to fluctuate. She said to Du Xiaofu, "They seem to be a little restless. I was worried that I wouldn't meet them." The golden light in Du Xiaofu's eyes grew brighter. There was no need to be polite when encountering people of the dragons. He formed a seal in his hand, and the overbearing ancient runes flickered and turned into life-saving talismans. Zhang Wei and the others behind him who had lost their life-saving talismans were all replaced with life-saving talisman. Yunmu, Qilong, Tang Hu, follow me. The rest of you, protect yourselves. While everyone was surprised by the life-saving talismans, Du Xiaofu's voice fell and his figure had already soared into the sky. To Du Xiaofu, encountering people of the dragons was already an irreconcilable feud. There was no need to be polite. He would kill as many as he could. This human actually wants to take the initiative to attack. He has some guts, the Sea Serpent King said. His battle armor shone and his eyes became sharp. Puny human, you're courting death. Behind the Sea Serpent King, a ferocious middle-aged man flew into the sky. He was the Sea Serpent King's trusted aide and direct descendant. As he shouted coldly, he flew into the sky. His body glowed and turned into a giant-scaled demonic beast. He looked like a pangolin with a terrifying aura. Double Seal, Hornless Dragon, Dang Hu, are you trying to rebel? At the same time, 3 more figures shot out from behind Hui Dragon King. In an instant there was a burst of light and they turned into 3 ferocious ancient monster species. Roar! 4 enormous demonic beasts soared into the sky, their terrifying auras suddenly erupting as they roared. Every single one of them had a cultivation of the great domain realm, and none of them were inferior to Bai Feng and the Hornless Dragon. All of a sudden, a ferocious aura swept across the square, causing the surrounding creatures to tremble in fear. Only then did they realize how powerful the cultivators gathered around the dragons were. Oh my God, it's the ancient monster species here. They won't be suppressed by the space of the divine domain. I'm afraid they're all at the great domain realm of the demonic domain. Someone exclaimed. The terrifying aura was too ferocious. They were all ancient monster species, so they were extremely powerful and terrifying. Any one of these 4 terrifying primordial demonic beasts was enough to massacre any living being that entered the divine domain. How dare you block my way with just a few beasts? Du Xiaofu didn't stop. He directly soared into the sky without any fear. You're courting death. The first ancient scaled demonic beast species roared ferociously. Its huge body was its most powerful attack. Its body was wrapped in dazzling runes, and the terrifying aura of the great domain realm was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth. With vast power, it crashed toward Du Xiaofu with crushing force. Boom! However, Du Xiaofu shook his arm, and golden light shone from his body. In an instant, it covered the sky and turned the surrounding space into a golden ocean. Mysterious runes condensed into the image of a golden-winged roc, and it flapped its wings and tore the stars apart with a wave of its claws. Under such domineering power, the souls of the surrounding demonic beasts and ancient monster species palpitated, and they couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves. Qi La. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and clawed at the space. The claw tore the space apart and directly crushed the hard scales on the back of the scaled demonic beast. Blood dripped and flowed, and the huge body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Hula! Du Xiaofu swung his arm out horizontally, causing his entire body to be wrapped in dazzling golden light that blazed like a scorching sun. Golden talisman markings erupted from his body, and his wings that shook the heavens flapped out to shatter an ancient demon beast that pounced at him from the side. Die! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. Golden light erupted from his body, and he was like an overlord that had descended to the world. He kicked out, and the golden light condensed into an enormous footprint. He kicked an ancient monster species ferocious bird apart. Oh! In an instant, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on the head of the last enormous and ferocious demonic beast species. He was like a rock that soared through the 9 heavens, and golden light interweaved. No matter how the demonic beast struggled and utilized various ferocious methods, it was unable to shake off Du Xiaofu. Die! Die! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. The domineering aura on his body seemed to suppress the world, and his fist directly smashed onto the ferocious head of the demonic beast. His fist struck the flesh, shattered the defense, and blasted the head apart. Bang! 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 4 terrifying ancient monster species. All of them were at the Grand Domain realm. At this moment, they were practically instantly killed by Du Xiaofu, and even their beast souls didn't escape. Gulp! Gulp! Gasps could be heard all around the square, and the sound of saliva being swallowed rose and fell. At this moment, all the living beings in the square were stunned as they watched the shocking scene in the sky in front of them. At this moment, it was as if the Demon King was the real ferocious demonic beast. He was a rock in human form, and the 4 ancient monster species were just sheep that couldn't withstand a single blow. In an instant, the 4 ancient monster species at the Grand Domain realm were completely killed. What kind of tyrannical killing intent was this? How powerful and terrifying was this? Huff! Huff! When the disciples of the famous families saw this scene, they finally realized how restrained Du Xiaofu had been. He was simply going easy on them. Otherwise, with the Demon King's terrifying strength and ferocious appearance, it would be enough to kill them all. In the blink of an eye, the 4 ancient monster species at the Grand Domain realm were killed amidst several muffled sounds of energy. Long San and the Sea Serpent Dragon King's expressions changed immediately. Behind the Sea Serpent Dragon King, there was a large group of ancient monster species that were all trembling in fear. The Great Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Is that brat a human or a great rock? The Sea Serpent Dragon King was surprised. The aura on that figure didn't feel like beast energy at all, but that of a true great golden-winged rock. Long San, come out and die. Du Xiaofu stepped into the void, his body glowing with golden light as he looked down at the man in black battle robes. Under such dragon might, there was no one else but Long San. Little bastard, you're courting death. Long San stomped his foot and leaped into the air. His black battle robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with deep, dark killing intent. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said gloomily, "You've killed so many of my brothers. Today you'll definitely die. Those who offend me will be killed. And you, too, won't be enough today." Du Xiaofu stared straight at Long San. Golden light surged as he looked disdainfully at the surroundings. "Count me in." A ferocious aura spread out as the Sea Serpent Dragon King leaped into the air and stood in front of Long San. Another mixed-blood dragon. Many mixed-blood dragons have died in my hand. I don't mind adding one more, Du Xiaofu said coldly. He could feel that the Sea Serpent Dragon King was definitely very strong. But since he had already encountered him, there was no need to fear him. However, Du Xiaofu's words made the Sea Serpent Dragon King's eyes turn cold. Demon King Du Xiaofu is going to attack the dragons again. The surrounding creatures were in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was going to attack the dragons again after dealing with a famous person. So what if you count me in? I'll just kill you all. Dongli Qingqing didn't continue watching. She spoke and walked out. Her fairy-like temperament was rippling with green light, making her look like a goddess. Her beauty was stunning. Who is she? She seems to be very strong too. The surrounding people were discussing Dongli Qingqing. Not many people knew her. She's Dongli Qingqing of the Great Wheel sect. It's rumored that she has a close relationship with the demon king Du Xiaofu. A creature from the Central Plains spoke and revealed Dongli Qingqing's background. The news spread across the square. The sea serpent dragon king looked at Dongli Qingqing. His eyes rippled. He could also feel that this alluring woman was definitely an extremely strong existence. The four of them stood in the air. Four auras rippled out, and the space suddenly began to tighten. Then let's get rid of them. The sea serpent dragon king stared at Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. A strange ripple appeared in the depths of his eyes. He sneered coldly. The reverse scale armor on his body glowed. A terrifying killing intent spread out from his body like a hurricane. It caused the clouds and wind to surge above the square. It was a terrifying scene. Every time the space of the divine domain opens, there are supremes who die at my hands. This time, the space of the divine domain opens. I'll start with you guys. The sea serpent dragon king said coldly. He didn't hold back his terrifying killing intent. His aura gradually swept out, and the reverse scale armor became more and more resplendent. At the same time, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Mysterious purple lightning talisman patterns began to surge in the depths of his eyes. The indestructible Xian body in his body was covered in purple gold lightning. Faint sounds of lightning and thunder could be heard. Chapter 1662. Roar, yellow runes surged on Long San's body, and there was a faint shadow of a giant dragon hovering in the air. Dongli Qingqing stepped into the void. Her body was suffused with green light, and there was a fiend god aura that began to ripple and devour vitality. The supreme tomb hasn't appeared yet, but it's already so lively here. Just as the battle was about to break out, a faint voice was heard, and then a large number of figures directly flew over from the distance. The leader of this group of people was a man in his late 20s. He was dressed in a Confucian robe and had an extremely elegant temperament, but his eyes were deep and vast. When the leader of the group appeared, his gaze swept across the people on the stone platform in the square. It was obvious that his gaze lingered on the young man in black robes and the young man in white robes for a while. Then, he looked at Long San, Du Xiaofu, and the others, who were all ready to fight, and said with a smile, "I just happened to be here. I don't intend to interfere. You all continue." Kong Sansi, there are so many people in your Confucian school. You want to take advantage of the situation by waiting for both sides to suffer? That's a good idea. As the man called Kong Sansi of the Confucian school finished his words with a grin, another female voice was heard. The voice was clean and neat. Swish. Swish. With the commotion of the crowd in the distance, a woman in a tight robe walked out. She had a curvaceous figure and slender legs. She had the hotness of Du Xiaoman and Li Shui, as well as the beauty of Su Muxin in men's clothing. This woman didn't look very old. She was only in her late 20s, and her whole person revealed a wild beauty. Behind her, there were also many figures following her. There were nearly 1,000 people in total, and the momentum was great. Beside this wild woman, there were also many familiar figures. Sima Muhan, Sima Taxing, and Mo Li. They were all from the Mo family. Du Xiaofu looked down and naturally saw Sima Muhan and Sima Taxing. It was not difficult to guess that they were from the Mo family. It's Xiaofu. Sima Taxing and Sima Muhan saw Du Xiaofu in the void and were shocked. Cousin Runan, Sima Muhan, immediately pulled the woman's arm, feeling very nervous. "Let's wait and see. There's no need to worry," the wild-looking woman whispered to Sima Muhan as she looked around the square. "Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, I didn't expect everyone to arrive so early." As the voice faded, a beam of light shot over from afar. The light was so bright that it dazzled everyone. After that, groups of people descended from the sky and landed on the square. The leader of the group was a man in a yellow robe. He was quite young, had a handsome face, and had a gentle temperament. However, the aura on his body was enough to make people tremble for no reason. Powerful auras descended, causing Du Xiaofu to look over as well. He saw many familiar figures, such as Guan Lianin, Master Void Spirit, and so on. Du Xiaofu sensed the aura of these people, and it was not difficult to guess their identities. They were Taoists. Amitabha, Master Void Spirit, you're early too. Another voice echoed in the square as the light of Buddha descended from the void. Thousands of novice monks and bald monks appeared with great momentum. Some of the monks in the front had 9 shining scars on their heads. The leader of the group was a monk. He was young, but he was already wearing a golden cassock, which proved that he had a high status. He was the one who spoke just now. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a tsunami that shook people's souls for no reason. Buddhism. These people were undoubtedly the easiest to recognize. Only Buddhism's people would dress like this. Du Xiaofu also saw Heng Rushi, Heng Qi, Ninefold Spirit, and other familiar figures. While Du Xiaofu was looking at the Buddhism's people, he suddenly looked in another direction. Above the void on his right, many figures appeared. There were many of them. They cut through the sky and appeared in the void of the square in an instant. Brother! Third young master! An excited voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. A man with deep, dark eyes, a majestic figure, and a face so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations quickly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His beautiful face had a smile in his eyes. His black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, reaching his soft waist and buttocks. He was enchanting and graceful. This woman and man, who else could it be other than Du Xiaoqing and little Tiger Du? Du Xiaofu smiled at the two of them. At this moment, Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao still had life-saving talismans between their eyebrows. It was enough to show that the two of them did not encounter any great danger. Then, he gestured for the two of them to stand behind him. Sister Qingqing, you're busy too. Du Xiaoqing then went to Dongli Qingqing's side with a warm and affectionate face. Back in Tianhuang mainland, they had spent a long time together and had a very deep relationship. Dragons. A golden-robed young man with shoulder-length blonde hair quietly stood beside Du Xiaofu. His figure was slender and tall as he stared at Long San and Hui Dragon King, who were at loggerheads with each other. The licentious smile at the corner of his mouth quietly turned into a cold arc. His dazzling golden spirit eyes shone with golden light as if they were burning with golden divine fire. You came at the right time. Du Xiaofu smiled with satisfaction. Du Xiaoyao's arrival at this moment was undoubtedly a great help. Others did not know Du Xiaoyao's strength, but Du Xiaofu knew best that Du Xiaoyao's true strength was absolutely terrifying. Even Du Xiaofu himself could not be sure of Du Xiaoyao's true strength at this moment. Even he had never seen Du Xiaoyao use all her strength. Neither of them is weak. That ancient demon beast is even stronger, but it doesn't matter much. Du Xiaoyao sized up Long San and Hui Dragon King. She stood there quietly, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of a ruler. Swoosh, swoosh, in the void, there were many figures who had come with them. There were also many younger generation members of the Du family and demon beasts from the Heavenly Beast Hall. Their auras were vigorous and fierce. However, there was even more of a huge lineup. There were familiar figures like Zhou Yu, Jiang Yunfeng, and Du Xiaofu among them. They were disciples of the farmer family. Thank you for your care. There was also a tall girl with jet-black hair and jade-like skin who walked out from the farmer family. She was Mo Junyu of the Mo family. She had led several disciples of the Mo family and was severely injured in a dangerous situation. In the end, she encountered the farmer family and was rescued. In order to reduce the danger, she had been traveling with the farmer family during this period of time. At this moment, seeing that the disciples of the Mo family were all present, Mo Junyu bid farewell to the disciples of the farmer family and walked back to the side of the wild-looking girl from the Mo family. In the farmer family, the leader of the group was a girl with snow-white skin. She had an elegant and noble temperament that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. After looking around, the girl nodded and smiled at Du Xiaofu. After that, her beautiful figure quietly landed on the square. "Brother, she is Sister Xiaoluo," Du Xiaoqing said beside Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu often heard Du Xiaoqing mention that girl. He had long sensed that the girl's aura was extraordinary. She stood quietly in the square without saying anything. Her aura was indescribably noble. Her aura quietly merged with the vast space. She was definitely an extremely tyrannical existence. Experts from various factions arrived one after another. The people of the Mo family and the farmer family also appeared, causing Long San's expression to turn gloomy. Mo Runan, Zhou Xiaoluo. Ripples appeared in the depths of Long San's black eyes. He knew that the relationship between the Nong family and the Mo family wasn't simple. He also knew that although the Mo family's Mo Runan and the Nong family's Zhou Xiaoluo were women, they were both extremely difficult opponents to deal with. Long San's eyes secretly twitched as he stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. He was afraid that the farmer family and the Mo family would help him. His eyes secretly turned as he said in a deep voice, "Little bastard, it's time to act. Do you want to find a few more helpers? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be a match for them." Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. Just as he was about to speak, a childish but domineering voice suddenly resounded in the sky from afar. "I seem to have sensed the presence of a mixed-blood dragon. Get out here for this emperor." As the childish voice sounded, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl directly descended. On her chubby face, there was a faint golden brilliance in the depths of her bewitching eyes. She exuded a domineering aura. Her red skirt fluttered slightly, with star patterns revolving around it. "It's little Xingxing." Du Xiaoqing was instantly overjoyed as she recognized little Xingxing. Sensing the aura on little Xingxing's body, Long San seemed to have sensed something. His black eyes continuously rippled on little Xingxing's body. When he saw little Xingxing appear, Du Xiaofu temporarily ignored Long San as a faint smile appeared on his face. Swoosh swoosh whooshing sounds resounded. Just as little Xingxing's figure appeared, a large number of whooshing sounds resounded. Numerous bright rainbows pierced through the sky, as if a rainbow light had descended. Subsequently, figures appeared one after another in front of many astonished gazes from all around the square. Wow! When these figures appeared in the sky, countless exclamations could not help but resound from all around the square. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable and shocking scene. Chapter 1663. In front of these figures, there were many beautiful figures with their clothes fluttering in the wind. All of them were surrounded by ripples of light. The few women in the front were even more beautiful and had exquisite figures. There were women who were like falling lotuses, pure and untainted fairies. There were women who charmed all living things, women who combined charm and nobility. There were also women who were valiant with a domineering temperament. There were also women who were delicate and beautiful. All of them were like immortals that had descended to the mortal world. Many beautiful women present felt ashamed of their inferiority and lost their splendor. At this moment, only Dongli Qingqing, Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and Sima Muhan could compete with them in terms of splendor. "Gosh, they're too beautiful! So many beautiful women! Is this a gathering of beauties?" People around the square were constantly exclaiming. All of the living beings present were geniuses with extraordinary temperaments. Ordinary women were not enough to catch their eyes. Even ordinary beautiful women would not be able to move their hearts. However, at this moment, these women were simply too beautiful. More importantly, each of them had an extraordinary temperament that was enough to move the hearts of countless men. Looking at those beautiful women with powerful auras following behind them, Du Xiaofu revealed a smile. Those who came were Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, Jialo Kaling, Zhu Shui, Tang Meiling, Ji Jian, Shui Ruhan, Gu Xinyan, Jialo Zhiyu, Yi Wuming, General Guqin Demon, Guiche and Master Guqingyang. They had been separated before and were now reunited. Dragons. Qi Yeshi flew across the sky and stood beside little Xingxing. Her red lips were red and her eyes were bright like the starry sky. She looked at Long San and the others with yin and yang qi circulating around her. Su Muxin stood quietly beside Du Xiaofu. She was extremely charming and seductive. She looked at Long San and the others from afar. Then, she saw Dongli Qingqing. The two women looked at each other. Their eyes rippled and there was a trace of awkwardness that only they knew. So it's a mixed-blood dragon. How dare you touch the great golden-winged rocks? You're courting death. Jialo Kaling shouted. Then, Jialo Jiyu and Jialo Kaling appeared beside Du Xiaofu. Their eyes flickered with golden light, sharp and tyrannical. School of Yinyang, golden-winged great rocks, looking at Qi Yeshi, Jialo Kaling, and Jialo Juiyu. The corners of Long San's eyes twitched again. At this moment, Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Su Muxin, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juiyu, and Dongli Qingqing all stood together. The Nightmare Dragon King's expression gradually turned ugly. Their presences were enough to make him feel pressured. Brat, you want to rely on numbers, Long San said, looking at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy face. Don't be noisy, mixed-blood dragon. Little Xingxing interrupted Long San and ignored him. He looked at the void and his eyes flickered. He said to Du Xiaofu happily, Father, I can feel Xianyang's aura. Mother is here. As soon as little Xingxing finished speaking, the temperature in the void suddenly increased. Then, many figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They flew over from the edge of the square. Swoosh, swoosh, in an instant, many figures appeared in the void above the square. There were many outstanding young men and women. All of them had outstanding auras. The men were divine and ethereal. The women were dignified and noble. They were pure and untainted. The woman in the lead was graceful. Her body was graceful, her lips were like cherry blossoms, and she looked like autumn water. She was Huang Ling-er of the Phoenix clan. Beside Huang Ling-er, a beautiful woman walked out. Her fingers were slender and her skin was snow-white. There was a hint of purple in her snow-white skin. Her eyes were like purple suns. Mother. When little Xingxing saw this beautiful woman, he immediately pounced on her intimately. Little girl. The beautiful woman's lips curled into a smile. Her purple sun-like eyes were filled with love. Her figure flew out. Her waist was slender and her limbs were long. She had an otherworldly aura like a fairy. She immediately hugged little Xingxing in her arms. That beautiful figure was dressed in purple. Purple flames were flickering. Her aura was otherworldly. She hugged little Xingxing happily and said, Little girl, you've grown up. But mother is still so beautiful. You haven't changed at all. Little Xingxing's young voice was crisp. His face was pure and harmless. He was completely different from the person who had scolded Long San earlier. Brother Du Xiaofu. At the same time, a crisp voice was heard. Behind purple flame demonic phoenix Zixian, a beautiful figure flew out. Her voice was filled with surprise as she pounced into Du Xiaofu's arms. Before Du Xiaofu could even react, that beautiful figure had already arrived in his arms. However, although there were some changes in her voice, it was still a familiar voice. Du Xiaofu immediately recognized her. He hugged that beautiful figure in his arms. His eyes were filled with surprise and he was extremely happy in his heart. He said, Xingyu, you've also come? Master asked me to come. I also want to come in and see Brother Xiaofu. Only then did the woman raise her head in Du Xiaofu's arms. She looked to be in her 20s. Her brows were slightly furrowed. She looked like she was faintly discernible. She was graceful and beautiful. What a beautiful woman! Who else could it be other than Dai Xingyu? Me too. A green-clothed girl also arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Her fair and flawless skin had a faint pinkness. Her long eyelashes were slightly curled up. Her clear and bright eyes were filled with a faint green light. She was moving and cute. Little Ching-Ching. Du Xiaofu grinned as he recognized it. This was the little azure bird that Little Star had saved in the dark forest all those years ago, and he only found out about its true form later on. It was an azure phoenix, and its bloodline was absolutely not inferior to the bloodline of Zi Xian's violet flame demonic phoenix. Xingyu, you've also come. Du Xiaoqing was very happy. She and Du Xiaoyao had already known Dai Xingyu since the battle with the evil purifying alliance. They immediately stood beside Dai Xingyu. Little Ching-Ching, brother little demon, little circle. Dai Xingyu greeted Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqing. However, little Tiger Du was very depressed. He could not get rid of the nickname that Dai Xingyu had given him. Is everyone here? The restless square was once again in an uproar as though it had been planned beforehand. Quite a number of figures appeared in the square. They lifted their heads and scanned their surroundings. Then, they looked at the void with smiles in their eyes. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Phantom, Sky Moon Poison Spider, Wild Chong Diao and the others appeared in the square. They had been saved by Dongli Ching-Ching the last time. Now, they were safe and sound in front of the Supreme Being's tomb. Beautiful women appeared one after another. Every one of them was a peerless beauty. They all had their own merit. Standing in the void and in the square, it was like 100 flowers were competing for their beauty. It was too much for the eyes to take in. When Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin and the others appeared, Du Xiaofu looked around. Many figures had already appeared. Everyone was fine. Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, only a few people had not appeared. Sister Shuang. When Du Xiaoqing, Dai Xingyu and the others saw Ouyang Shuang, they immediately flew down from the sky. How many people are related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? There are so many beautiful women. Each one is more charming than the other. This Demon King is ferocious, but it seems that his luck with women is abnormal. This Demon King is too enviable. Not only is he abnormally strong, but he is also surrounded by so many beautiful women. Those beautiful women are like fairies. If one of them is given to me, I will die without regret. I am also willing to give up the treasures in the Supreme Being's tomb. I'm afraid that the treasures in the Supreme Being's tomb won't belong to you. Those women are all abnormally strong. They are definitely not something you can touch. Be careful not to attract calamity. The square was filled with discussions. The people who came one after another were more or less related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. What made the men present the most shocked and jealous was that each and every one of these devastatingly beautiful women had a close relationship with the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, do you still want to fight? How many people does your desolate country have? Or how many helpers do you need before you dare to fight? Why don't you all come at once? We, the dragons, don't mind you having more people. Anyway, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. Long San couldn't stand it anymore. From the moment he was ready to fight, there were many people who came one after another. Their auras were extremely strong, which made him feel uneasy. But as his aura changed, the uneasy feeling disappeared. Long San's eyes twitched. He was really afraid that these people would gang up on him. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan, Phoenix Clan, Yin-Yang School, School of Agriculture, School of Mo, etc. They were all able to make Long San feel apprehensive. Although he had some confidence in his heart, if these people were to gang up on him, it would definitely be disadvantageous for him. So what if you have dragons? My desolate country specializes in slaying dragons. Just as Long San's voice rang out before Du Xiaofu could open his mouth, 20 figures broke through the air in front of them like rainbows and flew over from the distant void. Boom! These figures hadn't arrived yet, their shouts had already resounded overbearingly like thunder, and strands of bloody, fierce, and peerlessly ferocious aura swept through the sky like a storm. What a dense, evil aura! Every single living being on the square was extraordinary, but at this moment, When they felt the bloody and ferocious aura, all of them felt their hearts tremble. Chapter 1664. 20 or so rainbows flew over and instantly appeared in the void. There were 20 in total, 19 men and 1 woman. Their eyes were as bright as lightning. 20 auras swept through the air. The figures stood tall and straight, like 20 sharp blades in the sky. When the 20 figures appeared, a formless, murderous aura swept through the air, causing the air to become oppressive. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The one in the lead was a fiery-looking woman. Beside her were a black-robed man and a cloud-robed man. One of them had faint black runes on his body, and his black eyes were filled with dazzling runes. They seemed to contain 2 black holes in the universe. The aura emanating from his body caused the air to tremble for no reason. The cloud-robed young man's cloud-robed robe fluttered in the wind. His face was handsome, and his body was covered with faint purple lightning. His murderous aura was domineering. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes as he swept his gaze around, causing some of the beasts below to tremble. They were Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, Silver Fox, Stone, Anya Cha, Duo Sha, and the rest of the 18 celestial guards. Greetings, President. When the 18 celestial guards appeared, they immediately bowed. Their murderous auras rippled through the air. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu nodded. His gaze swept over them, and he revealed a look of joy. Qin Guyu, Stone, Silver Fox, and the others had all made great progress. What surprised Du Xiaofu the most were Yi Piaoling and Du Yunlong. Their supreme auras couldn't be concealed from Du Xiaofu at all. There was also Dai Xingyu and Zi Xian. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was already aware of the Supreme Being auras emanating from their bodies. Du Yunlong is here. He's Du Xiaofu's second brother. It's Yi Piaoling and the rest of the 18 celestial guards. They're the desolate nation's 18 weapons of the world assembly. Cries of surprise rose from all around the square. In the past, how could the tiny desolate nation's cultivators be taken seriously? But now, the desolate nation's cultivators had long since made a name for themselves in the god domain. Du Yunlong and the 18 heavenly guards, in particular, were the most outstanding of them all. Even the 9 great families, the Phoenix clan, and many other Yao clans of the Beast region were shocked. Big sister, second brother, Du Xiaofu greeted Yi Piaoling and the others. He looked at big sister Du Xiaoman and second brother Du Yunlong and smiled. At this moment, from the aura, big sister Du Xiaoman had truly stepped into the initial domain of the martial domain realm. Hula! A blazing aura fluctuated, and a cluster of flames seemed to rise from the distant void. As a young man in flame armor walked out of the flames, he immediately appeared in the void above the square. The young man in the fiery armor stared at the crowd below. His eyes were like 2 volcanoes that could burn and destroy everything. But then, the terrifying aura disappeared. The young man in the fiery armor looked at Du Xiaofu, Long San, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, and the others who were facing each other in the void. Then, he directly landed on the stone platform where the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, was. He glanced at Lian Qingrong and said, "You haven't died yet? Lend me a place to stand." If others approached, they would have been instantly killed by the cold aura. But at this moment, Lian Qingrong did not attack the young man in the fiery armor. "You haven't died, so I definitely won't die." However, Lian Qingrong did not turn her head, nor did she pay much attention to the young man in the fiery armor. Fire Cloud Evil God Dugu Fenshin. Qi Yeshi looked at the young man in the fiery armor, who suddenly appeared and frowned slightly. Back then, she had teamed up with Little Xingxing. In addition, there were people looking for this guy to fight. That was why he had left. Whoosh whoosh, soon after, many figures appeared in the sky. Judging from the fluctuations of their auras, they were all from the Beast clan. Their auras were extremely powerful, and Du Xiaofu secretly observed them. There were several figures of demonic beasts. They were definitely from the demonic beast clans of the beast region. Their cultivation and strength were secretly rippling with astonishing auras. They were all abnormally powerful. Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling. But at this moment, Long San did not pay much attention to the young man in the fiery armor and the demonic beast experts who came one after another. When he saw Du Yunlong and Yi Piaoling, Long San's black eyes surged with fiery anger. Du Yunlong had killed his younger brother, Long Wu. He had been chasing after him for a long time in order to take revenge. Yi Piaoling and the others had killed many dragons and demonic beasts. They had even declared that they would kill all the dragons in the divine domain. Now, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaofu, Yi Piaoling, and the others were standing right in front of him. How could Long San's anger not soar to the heavens? Not many people in the world knew of Long San, but anyone who knew of his name knew how terrifying his strength was. He was an outstanding existence among the dragon's younger generation. Because Long Yi and Long Air had been famous for a long time, even among the Beast Clan, they were beyond the scope of the younger generation. Thus, Long San was the #1 person among the dragon's younger generation. Rumor had it that when Long San was born, the clouds of the 4 seas stirred. Endless dragon roars could be heard. His bloodline was extraordinarily high, and he was known as a pure-blooded descendant of the dragons. At this moment, when he saw Du Xiaofu, Du Yunlong, and the other murderers of his brothers, standing in front of him, and a group of traitors who had disregarded him as a dragon, he was incomparably furious. Killing intent surged in his heart. Although Long San was a little afraid at this moment, more killing intent exploded in his heart. He also had something to rely on. With his current cultivation, he could definitely be ranked as one of the strongest people in the divine domain. Do you think it's useful to have more people? Long San opened his mouth. The black runes on his body surged, faintly transforming into a black dragon shadow in the air. At the same time, the instant he finished speaking, a dazzling divine ring suddenly rose from his body. In an instant, 6 divine rings appeared in front of his forehead, channeling the power of heaven and earth. Boom! Amidst the surging winds and surging clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Long San stepped into the air. A supreme aura suddenly descended from his body and swept in all directions. Roar, faint dragon roars resounded across the 9 heavens as the sovereign heavenly might radiated from Long San's body. A surge of aura erupted like a volcano, bringing along rumbling sounds of wind and thunder as it howled out. A chilling light gushed out from the pair of black eyes on his face as he roared, "I'm a Nirvana sovereign. Today I'll start a massacre." Long San's voice was very loud. His voice shook heaven and earth, like a dragon's roar resounding in the void of the square. When the terrifying aura swept out, Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. His eyes that were originally filled with golden brilliance had now turned into a purple-gold color, surging with killing intent. "So what if you are a Nirvana sovereign?" Du Yunlong opened his mouth. Electric arcs surged from his body, and 6 divine rings soared into the sky, releasing the supreme aura. He was also a Nirvana sovereign. However, this was not the only thing that shocked everyone. The moment Du Yunlong released his supreme aura, the entire square shook violently. In an instant, rumbling sounds like wind and thunder rumbled non-stop. Rumble, amidst the astonished gazes in the surroundings, the entire square was shaking. Numerous figures appeared in the sky, and divine halos that resembled divine flames rose above their heads. They were suffused with the might of supremes, and they charged through the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the sound of heavenly music resounded incessantly. Yi Piaoling, Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kaling, and Dai Xingyu all activated their supreme aura. Su Muxin, Jialo Kaling, and Dai Xingyu all had 3 divine fire divine rings. Dongli Qingqing had 7 divine fire divine rings, and all of them were incomparably bright, releasing the supreme aura. Humph! Sima Muhan couldn't hold back. With 3 divine rings above her head, she stepped out. She was also a half-step Nirvana sovereign. Nirvana sovereigns are amazing. Zixien hesitated for a moment, but then 6 divine rings also rose above her head, releasing the supreme aura. In an instant, the supreme aura surged, causing the void in the square to collapse. Bright light rushed into the sky, illuminating this part of the world with holy light. It was like a miracle. When Long San released his supreme aura, 10 Nirvana sovereigns stepped out in an instant, and 10 heavenly auras surged in the sky. Under such a terrifying heavenly aura, all the living beings in the square trembled and wanted to crawl. Their bodies were limp. What's going on? All the living beings in the square felt their hair stand on end, and they couldn't retract their jaws for a long time. They were completely scared silly. Even the people from the 9 great families were dumbfounded at this moment. They were so shocked that they trembled, and a chill surged in their hearts. Supreme Nirvana sovereigns, 1 in a billion in this world. Any one of them was a peerless existence among their peers, enough to shake the world. But now, a bunch of them appeared at once. Long San had just released his supreme aura, but in an instant, he attracted the pressure of 10 Nirvana sovereigns. He couldn't help but be heavily slapped in the face. Oh my God, I must be dreaming. Am I seeing things? Some supreme Nirvana sovereigns seemed to be different. Oh my God, a bunch of Nirvana sovereigns have appeared. Some living beings had already collapsed on the ground, patting their heads, thinking that they were dreaming. This scene was too unreal, and it was simply unbelievable. Chapter 1665. 10 supreme beings stepped out and released their supreme being heavenly might, causing a shocking phenomenon. The light from the 6 divine rings above Long San's head was drowned out. Goo goo! At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed their saliva. Lian Qingrong, Mo Runan, Zhou Xiaoluo, Fire Cloud, Evil God Dugu Fenshin, Su Yangzi, Kong Sansi, and the others were all stunned. The Nightmare Dragon King was also stunned. 10 Nirvana Supreme Beings had appeared in an instant. This was definitely a terrifying force in this world. In the future, it could be said that they could overturn this world. 10 Nirvana Supreme Beings stepped out. Terrifying auras filled the sky and dazzling light shone. The heavenly might rolled and intimidated everyone. All of them looked at Long San with malicious intent. It was very likely that these 10 Nirvana Supreme Beings would join forces to attack Long San. The demonic beasts and flood dragons that followed the dragons also felt a huge pressure at this moment. They were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even raise their head. The appearance of 10 supreme beings was too shocking. Long San is really unlucky. An old man sighed. Long San was arrogant and casually showed off. Who knew that 10 Nirvana Supreme Beings would appear? He was simply unlucky to the extreme. However, after praying for Long San in their hearts, the living beings present all felt a deep sense of shock and fear. With so many supreme beings together, who could stop them? Some of the demonic beasts present were secretly rejoicing that they didn't follow the dragons from the beginning. Otherwise, if they offended the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the group of supreme beings beside him would be enough to kill them one by one like ants. Other clans had only one supreme being, but the Demon King had a bunch of supreme beings beside him. Other than sucking in a breath of cold air, everyone in the surroundings of the plaza was in an uproar. 10 Nirvana Supremes were suppressing Long San. How shocking was this? If this news were to spread, it would be enough to shock the world. On the contrary, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes, which were originally surging with killing intent, began to calm down. His heart was fluctuating. He didn't expect that Zixien had also broken through to the Nirvana stage in the divine domain. She had even stepped into the Nirvana stage of the Nirvana stage. Sima Muhan's half-step Nirvana Supreme Being also surprised Du Xiaofu. Dai Xingyu's half-step Nirvana Supreme Being Nirvana Supreme Being Nirvana Supreme Being made Du Xiaofu felt a little regretful. Dai Xingyu had an exquisite heart. What kind of talent was this? It was almost comparable to the talent of someone close to the sovereign martial vein. But she didn't have the real tempering herself supreme being supreme being supreme being supreme being supreme being. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu felt that Dai Xingyu's nirvana supreme being realm wouldn't be below Dongli Qingqing. This was the difference between Dongli Qingqing and Dai Xingyu. At this moment, Long San was the one who collapsed the most. He already knew that the people beside Du Xiaofu weren't ordinary, but he didn't expect them to be a bunch of supreme beings. Long San originally wanted to get rid of Du Xiaofu as soon as possible. Who knew that he would provoke a bunch of supreme beings? What else could he say? Although the strength of this group of supreme beings varied, Long San was very clear in his heart that he would not be able to gain any advantage if they were to really fight. However, Long San didn't back down. He fought against the 10 supreme beings. A powerful dragon aura spread out, and there seemed to be a dragon's shadow soaring in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the 11 Nirvana supreme beings released their heavenly aura, causing the space in the square to tremble. Du Xiaofu, are you trying to rely on them to deal with me? Long San spoke, and his voice echoed in the square. His gaze swept across the 10 supreme beings in front of him, and his eyes twitched. Why do we need to work together to deal with a mixed-blood dragon like you? Little Xingxing walked out. Her childish voice and small figure didn't match her domineering aura. She glanced at Long San and didn't think much of him. She said, I alone am enough to deal with a mixed-blood dragon like you. You must be that dragon. As a member of the dragon clan, you have a different heart. You deserve to be killed. Long San's face was gloomy. As the number 1 person among the younger dragons, he had his own strength and pride. He didn't back down when facing so many supreme beings. A mixed-blood dragon dares to call himself a dragon? Little Xingxing sneered. Her small figure stepped forward, and golden flames rose in her eyes. She started to emit golden light, and a huge pressure was released. She was going to deal with Long San. Seeing that little Xingxing was about to make a move, Qi Yeshi, Jialo Kaling, Zi Xian, and the others restrained their auras. They knew little Xingxing's strength, and she wasn't as harmless as her childish appearance. Then, Dai Xingyu, Sima Muhan, and the others hesitated and retreated. They restrained their auras, and the heavenly aura in the air dissipated. Wait. At this moment, Du Xiaofu pulled little Xingxing and looked into the distance. He suddenly felt his heart heating up and trembling, and blood was surging in his body. It was an aura that he had never felt before, but it was so familiar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in the direction that Du Xiaofu was looking, there was the sound of wind breaking. A large number of rainbow-colored figures swept across the sky under everyone's gaze. That aura. It's the people of legalism. Qi Yeshi raised her eyes as she felt the aura. She saw traces of legalism's aura. That meant that the people of legalism had also arrived. Legalism. Du Xiaofu also felt the aura of legalism. His eyes glowed and he slowly clenched his fist. There was a chill, but there was also nervousness and anticipation. After a few flashes, there was the sound of wind breaking in the distance, and hundreds of figures were rushing over. The figures were all wrapped in rainbow-colored light. They flew over like lightning, and they brought with them a vast aura. Under the gazes of everyone in the square, almost 300 figures swept across the sky. The vast aura that they brought with them was not inferior to the school of Moism, school of Yinyang, or school of agriculture. However, there weren't many of them. Among the 300 figures in the air, there were only 2 people who attracted the most attention. The 2 people were a man and a woman. The man was middle-aged and his long black hair was untied and draped over his back. It was smooth like silk satin as it poured down his shoulders. On his handsome face, there was a pair of beautiful eyes that could captivate one's soul. When he appeared, he looked at the people in the air and slowly scanned the surroundings. His red lips were slightly pursed, and he seemed to be smiling yet not. His temperament was calm and elegant, as if he was in a posture that made him seem like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. As he scanned the surroundings, all the living beings in the square felt their hearts tremble for no reason. When they looked at his enchanting eyes, they felt as if he was the only person in the world. At this moment, there was a young woman standing beside the man. She was the only one who wasn't drowned out by the light. She stood quietly in the air. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and her jet-black hair cascaded down her back. She was as otherworldly as a fairy, and she looked down on the world. That woman looks very similar to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The otherworldly woman's figure floated in the air. When they saw her beautiful face, they were surprised. Almost everyone was surprised to find that the beautiful woman looked very similar to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. It's the eldest princess. When they saw the otherworldly woman, many people in the desolate country were surprised. Xiao Jing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and many other disciples of the Du family were surprised. They immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was boiling. The new heart in his chest was beating continuously. Slightly raising his head, Du Xiaofu's eyes looked at the face in front of him that had appeared countless times in his mind. Looking at that face, Du Xiaofu's face rippled with a faint smile. It was as if his face was cramping. He looked a little silly and a little dazed. On the woman's otherworldly face, her eyes were also looking directly at Du Xiaofu. When their eyes met, her ethereal eyes shone like stars, but her alluring face was also in a daze. Then, the corners of her mouth moved slightly, but she didn't say anything for a long time. Walala! Du Xiaofu smiled and slowly walked out. Step by step, the space under his feet rippled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's face maintained that silly smile as he walked towards the fairy-like woman. The woman looked up and her body trembled. As she stared at the figure walking towards her, she had once looked into the distance and pictured the scene of them meeting each other countless times in her mind. She had also imagined his appearance many times, but at that moment her feelings when she met him were similar to how she imagined him to be, but also vastly different. The woman's body trembled and she also walked out. Step by step, she walked towards the man in purple. Her green dress fluttered in the wind and her hair danced. She was so otherworldly and arrogant. For some reason, the space around them suddenly fell into a strange silence. It was as if the entire space had silently frozen for them. When the middle-aged man in legalism saw the woman walk out, his purple eyes moved. However, he didn't say anything. He just watched as if he was sizing her up and waiting for a certain result. He knew that this day couldn't be stopped. It would come sooner or later. Chapter 1666. So she's the girl from the legends. In the lineup of the major clans and top forces, there were a few elders whose eyes were shining brightly. They had heard some rumors. Du Xiaofu stood in front of Du Xiaojing with a dazed smile on his face. At this moment, that beautiful face appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, Du Xiaofu really wanted to caress that moving face, but he restrained himself. He was secretly at a loss for what to do. This feeling seemed to be even more nervous than when he first met his mother. They were born from the same mother. They were separated from each other when they were born, and only now did they truly meet each other. Some of them were familiar with each other due to the connection of blood, and some of them were unfamiliar with each other. Brother, finally, Du Xiaojing's red lips opened a few times, and a voice came out. Looking at that resolute face, her heart trembled and ached. How much inhuman training and tempering did he have to go through to make that face so resolute? Why are you more beautiful than me? Du Xiaofu's smile turned into doubt as he looked at the face in front of him and said such a sentence. Du Xiaojing couldn't help but smile. The nervousness in her heart disappeared with a smile. She had never thought that they would meet each other like this. At this moment, Long San had also retracted his sovereign heavenly might. Looking at the handsome middle-aged man with a calm and elegant demeanor, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Wudi, you're finally here. That brat is related to your legalism. Are you in charge of dealing with him, or should I help you? Long San opened his mouth and said while looking at the middle-aged man. He's related to my legalism, but it doesn't matter. If you don't have the strength, you can retreat to the side. Qin Wudi spoke. He didn't pay much attention to Long San. On his handsome face, his enchanting eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaojing. He slowly took a step forward as his voice rang out, Xiaojing. Third uncle. Du Xiaojing looked at Qin Wudi, and her body trembled slightly. You are a member of legalism. Qin Wudi opened his mouth and walked past Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu and pursed his lips. There was a smile that was not a smile on his face as he quietly stood there. It was as if he had been through the vicissitudes of life until the end of time. Xiaojing, you can leave first. Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaojing as he stared at Qin Wudi. From the primordial spirits of many legalism disciples, he already knew of this person's existence. Qin Wudi was a terrifying existence in legalism. He was above Haningma, but no one knew exactly how strong he was. He had always been in seclusion and hadn't come out for dozens of years. Du Xiaojing's skin was fair and translucent. She gazed at Du Xiaofu, who was not far away from her. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her body was faintly suffused with a kind of radiance. There was no aura fluctuation, but it was invisible enough to compete with Qin Wudi. At this moment, Du Xiaojing's heart was complicated. From the moment she entered the divine domain, she knew that this day would come. When the time came, how should she choose? Her brother had already sacrificed too much. Could it be that she still wanted him to carry on? Little sister, you can leave. You don't need to interfere. Du Xiaofu looked at Du Xiaojing. For the first time, he called out the word little sister that he had missed countless times in his heart. Xiaojing, you can leave. Remember that you are a member of legalism. Qin Wudi said to Du Xiaojing. Du Xiaojing looked at the two people in front of her. She didn't know who it was, but her eyes fluctuated. She then turned around, streaked across the void, and retreated into the legalism formation. Du Xiaojing raised her eyes and looked at the two people in front of her. Her eyes became calm again. In the legalism formation, many old people secretly smiled when they saw Du Xiaojing retreat. It was as if their hearts that were hanging in the air were quietly put down. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was standing in front of Qin Wudi, these old people of legalism who had entered the divine domain felt a chill run down their spines. Qin Wudi, he is Qin Wudi. Back then, he was the peerless genius of legalism. He was known as one of the 3 strongest people in the world in tens of thousands of years. He was the hope of legalism. However, there was suddenly no news of him. Now, he has actually appeared. In the square, many old people and middle-aged people secretly spoke. They had heard some rumors back then and knew a lot of things. However, the young people now had never heard of Qin Wudi. In fact, not many people even knew the name Qin Wudi. Qin Wudi of legalism and Gongsun Wuji of the school of vertical and horizontal. Back then, those two were known as the 3 strongest people in the world in tens of thousands of years. However, they both disappeared. Rumor has it that all of this is related to a young man in the outside world. Qin Wudi, he really came. Behind Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi's eyes flickered with starlight as her brows slightly knitted. Qin Wudi, that was a legend nearly 30 years ago. I'm afraid that many people in the world have already forgotten about him. Some of the middle-aged people of the various families looked at Qin Wudi from afar. Some of them had blazing eyes. In their generation, Qin Wudi was a legendary existence. He's still as elegant as ever. Some of the beautiful women of the 9 great families looked at Qin Wudi with infatuation in their eyes. They couldn't forget that heroic figure from back then. There are some debts that you, father and son, can only wash away with blood. Qin Wudi looked at Du Xiaofu and said. His voice seemed to have a penetrating power. His calm and elegant temperament gradually rippled. The aura on his body began to fluctuate vigorously, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Boom! As his voice fell, the space around Qin Wudi trembled violently. Winds rose and clouds surged, forming a terrifying independent void domain. Rumble, an extremely terrifying aura filled the air. Above the void there was a faint phenomenon. There were stars revolving, ferocious birds flying in the sky, and the heavens and earth spinning. It was terrifying and unparalleled. Heavens, the Nirvana peak. When that aura and unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky, countless exclamations were emitted from the surroundings of the square. Some people felt Qin Wudi's cultivation. He was a Nirvana sovereign, the Nirvana peak Nirvana realm. That terrifying aura seemed to only revolve around the void, and there wasn't even any aura leaking out. But it was because of this that it made people feel that it was powerful and terrifying. On the several huge rocks in the square, when Qin Wudi released his aura, Lian Qing, Dugu Fenshin, the green-clothed youth full of vitality, the black-clothed youth with eyes like the nine netherhell, some figures from the demonic beast clans, Mo Runan, Zhou Xiaoluo, Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and others, were all stirred up. Legalism is fused into it. What a powerful Qin Wudi! He still has the aura of being invincible. Some middle-aged and old people with sharp eyesight couldn't help but secretly exclaim. They spied on that terrifying aura. Be careful. When Qin Wudi released his aura, Qi Yeshi's beautiful figure stepped forward. Sima Muhan, Su Muxin, Jialo Zhiyu, and the others faintly moved. In Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing's eyes, a golden light began to spread, and a golden flame rose in their eyes. Legalism, I will personally take care of it. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and waved his hand at Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others. Once again, he stepped across the void and golden light rippled on his body. A great battle is going to happen. This is going to be a peerless battle. Qin Wudi's true self is at the peak of the Nirvana realm. He's one generation higher than the Demon King. Can the Demon King and Du Xiaofu contend against him? The Demon King has never been defeated among his peers. He looks down on his peers and looks down on the world. Qin Wudi also swept his peers almost 30 years ago. He's peerless in the world. Both of them are undefeated and have the aura of being invincible. I wonder who will win and who will lose? Looking at the scene in the void, everyone's eyes around the square became serious. Even Ku Qingrong, Dugu Fenshin, Mo Runan, and Zhou Xiaoluo were staring at each other. Long San, on the other hand, withdrew at this moment and quietly retreated to the side of the Hui Dragon King. His eyes revealed a faint sneer. Although he had joined forces with legalism, this scene was definitely what Long San was most happy to see. No matter who lived and who died, or if both sides suffered in the end, it would be beneficial to him. Boom! The moment Du Xiaofu stepped across the void and landed, golden light rippled out from his body. Golden talisman patterns rippled, purple flames surged, and starlight rippled. A vast qi lingered in the surroundings, turning into a domain that would not be inferior to Qin Wudi's body. The Demon King has also stepped into the Nirvana realm. When this domain appeared and squeezed the void, some exclamations exploded. At this moment, everyone knew that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had also stepped into the Nirvana realm. There's the aura of my Phoenix clan. It's the profound meaning of the Purple Flame Demonic Phoenix clan. Among the members of the Phoenix clan, some of them were shocked. Then, they looked at Zixian. It's the profound meaning of the stars of my Yin-Yang school. Some elders of the Yin-Yang school were also astonished. The Demon King's domain was fluctuating with starlight. That was the profound meaning of the stars of the Yin-Yang school. It was not comparable to the ordinary profound meaning of the stars of the outside world. Oh my God, are these two fellows going all out from the start? Around the square, some of the living beings were shocked. At this moment, Just the aura above the void was already enough to make them tremble. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Qin Wudi represent legalism. They already have an irreconcilable blood feud. At this moment they will naturally go all out. They also do not underestimate each other. Moreover, a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit. This is the quality of a top expert. Many experts have suffered because of their carelessness. Some elders warned the younger generation, who were exclaiming in surprise. Everyone was waiting anxiously. One of them was a peerless existence who had already swept through his peers 30 years ago. He had never been defeated and was known as one of the 3 strongest experts in thousands of years. As for the other one, he was the famous Demon King. In the 9 prefectures and the divine domain, he had left behind an insurmountable legend. Even among those of the same generation, he had never been defeated. At this moment, although the 2 of them were separated by a generation, no one could tell the final result. They could only wait for their battle to know the result. Who will win and who will lose? But when they thought that these 2 were both invincible existences who had reached the nirvana stage of the nirvana realm and were about to fight, most people couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. Perhaps this was the peak battle that represented the 2 generations of the clan. Above the void where swords were drawn and bows were bent, the atmosphere froze. Qin Wudi looked at Du Xiaofu with a calm expression. Ripples appeared in his calm eyes. According to the information he received, when he entered the divine domain, the youth in front of him was only at the nirvana realm. But now, he had already reached the nirvana realm. This kind of breakthrough speed made him feel an inexplicable tremor. You've broken through extremely fast. You're also talented. But do you really think that you can fight against my legalism? Or are you relying on the help of the golden-winged rock clan and some women? Isn't this a little too naive and immature? Qin Wudi's voice penetrated the void. His voice was mixed with an invincible domineering aura. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "As your elder, my last lesson to you is that you are a true expert by relying on yourself. It's useless to rely on everything around you. In front of a true expert, everything is illusory." Chapter 1667. Du Xiaofu ignored Qin Wudi's words. Golden light surged in his eyes, and the surging profound energy in his body was like a giant rock waking up from its slumber. As the profound energy surged in his body, a vast and domineering aura shot up into the sky. The beast energy of the golden-winged great rock clan, huh? Humans are still far from being able to cultivate beast energy. It will ruin your entire life. However, from today onwards, you will not live for the rest of your life. Qin Wudi looked at Du Xiaofu indifferently. He was not surprised by the domineering aura. He had long known about the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the golden-winged great rock clan. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Wudi, and a slight smile appeared on his face. With a hint of mockery, he said, "Legalism's people, other than relying on the tiger's might to intimidate others, are the rest of the legalism's people all chatterbox? Most of your people are already dead. Where did you get the confidence to give advice to me?" The instant Du Xiaofu's words fell, everyone in the square was stunned. Then, they secretly laughed and looked at the people of legalism with a different kind of smile. However, no one dared to laugh out loud. Even Su Yangzi, Kong Sansi, and the others only covered their mouths and smiled. At this moment, Qin Wudi's handsome face was completely cold. Killing intent surged in his magnificent eyes as he stared at Du Xiaofu. He said in a deep voice, "You will regret your words." What a long-tongued person! The instant Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the illusory great rock golden wings behind his back completely spread out. The rock soared to the 9 heavens, and a domineering aura swept through the void, climbing to the peak. Way of the tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu's figure broke through the air like a bolt of lightning. He punched out, and the sound of a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's roar erupted. Lightning flashed faintly in front of his fist, and accompanied by a sonorous sound of breaking through the air, it shattered the void and blasted towards Qin Wudi. His attack was so domineering and fierce, and he looked down on the world. The hearts of countless experts in the surroundings trembled, and they were secretly moved. Heaven-breaking finger! Qin Wudi made his move. With an extremely cold expression, he waved his hand, and the power of the surrounding area gathered. A fingerprint swept out. Chi! The fingerprint swept across the sky, forming a terrifying storm, forming a crazy tearing force. The runes were resplendent, and the void in front of the fingerprint was like the ground in an earthquake. Cracks appeared in the void, causing the entire void to tremble. Legalism's heaven-breaking finger is already close to a saint-rank martial skill. What a Qin Wudi! When that finger appeared, it caused everyone to exclaim in admiration. Du Xiaofu's punch is also astonishing. Its origin must be extraordinary. Everyone could also feel that Du Xiaofu's punch contained an incomparably domineering power. One fist and one finger suddenly collided with each other at lightning speed, but they didn't really collide. Everything was because of the terrifying speed of the two. Qin Wudi's figure was like lightning, and he quickly dodged Du Xiaofu's punch. The fist brushed past his shoulder, and a lot of the hair on the back of his head was broken. Chi! But at the same time, his finger imprint flew out, and the space distorted and collapsed. However, this finger imprint only pierced through the void near Du Xiaofu's ear. At the moment when they collided, that terrifying finger imprint that could pierce through the void made Du Xiaofu's immortal Xian body feel a chill. Chi la la, dodging with a finger, Du Xiaofu loosened his fist. His tyrannical fist turned into a dazzling light that transformed into the grass of immortality, enveloping Qin Wudi and devouring his vitality. Feeling the power of the grass of immortality, Qin Wudi moved his toes and moved horizontally in the void. The momentum on his body surged and turned into a strange power that condensed into a terrifying vortex. Rumble! There were stars spinning within the vortex. Resplendent runes flickered like arcs of lightning, devouring all living things and shattering their vitality. If it wanted to devour the grass of immortality, it would directly devour it. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the vortex. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It shook the void as if there was a thunderstorm roaring. The aura surged and shook the void. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head and let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a divine elephant. Ow 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 ow. At this moment the entire space rumbled. Countless loud roars reverberated through the sky, and it was like a series of thunderclaps from the 9 heavens that resounded through the world. Rumble! The sound waves swept out like a tsunami, accompanied by a golden rune energy ripple. It was like a surging ocean that spread out, causing the vortex condensed by Qin Wudi to instantly collapse. How terrifying! Looking at the void, the living beings in the square trembled. If it were not for the mighty force supporting the void of the square would have been destroyed. Brat, you're still too young. Just as the terrifying vortex collapsed, Qin Wudi's cold voice rang out. His peerless figure wrapped in resplendent light rushed out from the collapsing vortex. An energy beam fell from his palm like a meteor, creating dazzling sparks in the void as it swept towards Du Xiaofu. Is that so? Du Xiaofu sneered. Golden light erupted as he stretched out his hand. The great rock's chaos-shattering claw distorted the void in front of him, turning into a golden claw mark in the void. The phantom of a golden-winged rock flapped its wings in the claw mark, directly blocking that brilliant energy beam. The beam of light was blocked in the sky like a meteor. The terrifying power contained in it caused Du Xiaofu's body to tremble, but it was then completely blocked. The rock's chaos-shattering claw began to distort the beam of light, wanting to crush it in the void. If I say you're too young, then you're too young. Qin Wudi coldly shouted. The blocked beam of light suddenly trembled violently, and it actually cracked on its own. Then, under the gaze of countless people, it turned into an overwhelming amount of energy arrows that burst out, covering the void. Some of the energy arrows were blocked by Du Xiaofu's chaos-shattering claw, but even more energy arrows pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Little Taoist, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and a bright light erupted from his body. The golden-winged rock's shadow behind him suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light, spreading out like golden lightning. Dazzling golden runes swept out, like tens of thousands of feathers flying together, soaring into the sky. True Rock's Fury! A loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. This was the True Rock's Fury that he comprehended in the True Rock's space before entering the divine domain. Tens of thousands of feathers flew together, like tens of thousands of arrows flying together, turning into streaks of golden light in the void. Clang, 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 clang. The energy light arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were blocked by Du Xiaofu. When they collided with the golden light symbol puppet's body, low and deep explosive sounds seemed to connect together as he blocked all of them. Under the dumbfounded expressions of everyone, they saw countless light rain pouring down from the void. Immature! Suddenly, the earth-shattering light rain poured down in torrent. From the energy arrows, Qin Wudi's figure appeared. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and it was as if he had distorted a part of the void. An unbelievable energy fluctuation spread out from that fist, and it was filled with a violent pressure. Breaking the law, I'll take your life. It was almost close at hand. Qin Tianji's killing intent was not concealed, and a punch blasted out. This punch was Qin Wudi's true killing move. Under countless gazes, this punch brought about a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Runes interweaved, and divine light overflowed into the sky. It caused the void to collapse, and Du Xiaofu's True Rock's Fury collapsed. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Qin Wudi's killing move was hidden too deeply. Some people sighed in astonishment. The series of exchanges between the two sovereigns was fast and fierce. However, Qin Wudi hid too deeply. His series of attacks was just for the final killing move. This kind of confrontation did not only rely on strength, but also on reaction and experience. In layman's terms, if two people with the same cultivation and strength were to win, the one with the richer battle experience would definitely win. However, just as everyone's eyes were trembling, light spread out from Du Xiaofu's palm, resplendent and dazzling. Runes flickered, quietly containing a destructive fluctuation that made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 1668. Gold, black, and silver runes covered Du Xiaofu's palm, forming a crystal-clear palm that was filled with destructive power. Without any hesitation, it collided with the former's fist. This was a true collision. A fist and a palm collided head-on. In an instant, the entire void trembled. At this moment, the void above the square was also in chaos. All kinds of dazzling runes drowned out everything, and the void directly cracked with a series of ka-ka sounds. Jia, it's not bad. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Die. Qin Tian shouted. That fist was too terrifying. Accompanied by a terrifying phenomenon, it caused the sun and moon to sink. Du Xiaofu's 3-colored palm print dissipated. As the runes shot out, the space became chaotic, and an energy storm swept in all directions. Rumble, in such a collision, a pitch-black halo appeared in the void where the palm and fist collided. It was like a black hole swallowing everything. This scene made the people below dumbfounded. Their hearts jumped, and their faces changed. Finally, Du Xiaofu's 3-colored palm print was destroyed. It was condensed from the 3 seals of the 4-division seal, and it contained 3 kinds of martial arts. At this moment, it was unable to withstand the killing fist that Qin Wudi had prepared. The runes shone brightly, and the void was in chaos. Everywhere was drowned out by the resplendent light. Qin Wudi's fist also suffered a huge consumption. The light dimmed a lot, and its power was also weakened a lot. Boom! However, after this fist shattered the three-colored palm print on Du Xiaofu's palm, it still fiercely collided with Du Xiaofu's palm. Is it really not enough? When the fist collided with Du Xiaofu's palm with the power of the world, a purplish gold light spread out from Du Xiaofu's palm. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint sneer. In an instant, a purplish gold lightning that was difficult to detect swept out from his palm. Chi-la-la arcs of lightning filled the surroundings. When the fist collided with Du Xiaofu's palm, the surrounding void also exploded one after another. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of divine might was this? To be able to cause such a shocking scene. Wait, in such a collision, the entire void trembled. Du Xiaofu staggered back a few steps, blood dripping from his palm. This was the blood of a supreme being, and it carried with it a type of heaven and earth force. It was resplendent and condensed without scattering, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. The eyes of many experts below shone brightly. They were secretly making preparations. If they wanted to collect this kind of supreme blood, it would be an absolute treasure. It was just that the Supreme Being's blood dimmed in midair before disappearing into the air above the ancient, mottled plaza, making it impossible for anyone to find it. Du Xiaofu is bleeding. Someone cried out in alarm. There were still traces of blood on Du Xiaofu's palm that had not dissipated. He was bleeding from Qin Wudi's punch. He's already very strong. Under Qin Wudi's killer move, he only bled. Some experts exclaimed. Under such circumstances, the demon King Du Xiaofu only bled from his palm. I'm afraid that the cultivators of the outer realms, even those at the peak of the Nirvana realm among the supreme Nirvana realm, would not be able to withstand Qin Wudi's killing blow with just a bleeding palm. Many experts sighed inwardly. Qin Wudi is really unrivaled. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Many people were shocked. That middle-aged man called Qin Wudi had swept through his peers 30 years ago, and no one could match him. Now, he was still unrivaled in this world. In the void, Qin Wudi was standing quietly. Just now, when the fist and palm collided, his figure didn't move at all. His hair fluttered behind his head, and his eyes were suffused with divine light, resplendent and terrifying. From Qin Wudi's body, there was a kind of imperial dragon aura quietly pervading the air, revealing an unrivaled posture and peerless elegance. So strong. Some of the middle-aged women were overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. Their expressions changed as ripples appeared in their hearts. Third Uncle Wudi is unrivaled in this world. Who can be his opponent? Within the legalism's lineup, many disciples raised their arms and cheered. Qin Wudi's punch made Du Xiaofu bleed, causing their hearts to boil. After being suppressed and dealt with by the desolate country for the past few months, these legalism disciples couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Du Xiaofu slaughtered the legalism's strongest generation. Even a supreme like Han Ma was completely beheaded. The other legalism disciples were also encircled and annihilated by Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others, causing the legalism disciples to be unable to breathe. At this moment, Qin Wudi's unrivaled posture swept across with a kind of peerless elegance. This caused the entire legalism, regardless of whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, to feel their blood boiling. Qin Wudi concealed his identity and became a human emperor at the age of 5. The imperial dragon aura refined his body and forged his foundation. At the age of 15, he became a martial emperor, and at the age of 18, he became a martial emperor. This is an unrivaled posture. Although that little bastard obtained an extraordinary opportunity and was able to reverse the situation, how can he compare to the true unrivaled of our legalism? Within the legalism group, an elder's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Legalism didn't lack descendants. Recently, there were people secretly mocking legalism for not keeping Du Xiaofu and giving up on a supreme Nirvana realm cultivator. However, legalism, with just Qin Wudi alone, was already unrivaled among his peers. He was destined to lead legalism to glory in the future. At this moment, these legalism elders were secretly laughing. It was laughable that these people didn't know that their legalism originally only wanted to obtain the glory of legalism from that little bastard. For this reason, losing an uncontrollable little bastard was nothing. Legalism didn't lack him, and legalism didn't lack descendants who could carry the banner of legalism. How could an uncontrollable outer sect member compare to one of their own? Legalism came from the ancient era, one of the 9 great clans. Our soul and bloodline have the imprint of our legalism ancestors. That little bastard deserves to die, let Qin Wudi end him. A legalism elder who came in revealed a cold gaze with surging killing intent. The Demon King was almost injured in the end. Qin Wudi is so powerful. Many voices came from all around as they sighed. Ignorant. Hearing the discussions around him, Jialo Juyu glanced at the square below, his eyes glowing with a golden light. Jialo Juyu was very clear that the blood didn't belong to the golden-winged Peng clan. The one who was injured was definitely not the young clan leader. Not good that Demon King seems to be injured. In the farmer's clan, some disciples sighed softly. They naturally hoped that the Demon King Du Xiaofu could win, but the result at this moment was not something they wanted to see. Your eyesight is not good enough. The one who is injured is Qin Wudi. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is unharmed. Zhou Xiaoluo said to the farmer's clan disciples behind her, her eyes rippling with light. Drip, as Zhou Xiaoluo's voice fell, blood dripped down from the sky. At this moment, everyone saw that the blood came from Qin Wudi's fist. Several drops of blood were filled with resplendent light, containing intense energy fluctuations as they dripped down. In the air, Du Xiaofu swept his sleeve, and the blood on his palm disappeared. His crystal-clear palm was suffused with a purple-gold color, and he wasn't injured at all. It's not the Demon King Du Xiaofu's blood, it's Qin Wudi who was injured. He was injured by the Demon King Du Xiaofu. In an instant, the people in the square seemed to have discovered something inconceivable, and they exclaimed in surprise. Swish, swish, suddenly, everyone's gaze gathered on Qin Wudi's fist. His fist was filled with light, but if one looked carefully, they could still see that there were arcs of electricity flowing in all directions. There were some cracks on his fist, and blood was flowing out. This is impossible. How can this be? When they saw the blood flowing out from Qin Wudi's fist, the legalism disciples who were feeling proud and elated just a moment ago suddenly turned pale. Their eyes twitched as they stared ahead, trembling. It was as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. Ridiculous! Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoyao, Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, and Ouyang Shuang all had calm gazes. When they saw the legalism disciples' expressions change, they couldn't help but laugh. Qin Wudi stood in the air, and after a few drops of blood dripped down from his fist, he didn't continue. Although he was the one who had just been injured, Qin Wudi still appeared to be out of the ordinary. His existence, no matter when and where, was always dazzling and resplendent. No matter where he was still dazzling and eye-catching. Good, very good. Qin Wudi stared at Du Xiaofu and said these 3 words. At the same time, the aura on his body began to rumble. Runes shone resplendently, and the void trembled. A series of sonorous rumbling sounds rang out, and his fist began to emit light. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu slightly turned around and looked at the void behind him. As if he felt something, purple lightning arcs flashed in his eyes. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently, and the purple lightning profound cauldron in his body suddenly trembled violently. Only then did he turn around and look at Qin Wudi. Whoosh whoosh, in the distance many figures flew over. There weren't many of them, only about 200. With a few flashes they gradually appeared in the sky. Because of Du Xiaofu's gaze, the gazes of the people around the square immediately followed. In front of those people, a handsome young man slowly descended from the sky and landed on the square. Only then did he slightly raise his head. His face seemed to be carefully sculpted. This young man's gaze also immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes revealed a playful smile. It's him. When he saw this young man, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Scarlet Rock below, Blue Fantasy immediately recognized him. This was the young man he had met in the Tianhuang mainland. He called himself Moksha, and was able to fight Du Xiaofu without losing a single battle. Du Xiaoyao and the others had seen him before. Devil religion, Moksha. When he saw this familiar figure, Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. Among his peers, this was the only opponent he had not defeated yet. He had long guessed that this guy would appear in the Divine Dominion, and indeed, he did. Jiuyue. At the same time, Jialo Jiuyue and Jialo Kailing's expressions changed. They saw a familiar figure among the newcomers. It was a young man with black hair and black clothes. His long black hair draped behind his neck, and he had a great aura. For no reason, the surrounding space began to faintly distort. His face had a devilish handsomeness. His eyebrows were long like willows, and his features were distinct. His eyes were like jet-black agates, and his pupils were pure black. The darkness in his eyes was deeper and darker than little tiger's eyes. It was as dark as the endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at it for a while longer, they would have the illusion that they were about to be sucked in. Jialo Jiuyue. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. This was Jialo Jiuyue, the son of his foster father, Jialo Changtian, and the younger brother of Jialo Kailing. They had fought before, and he did not expect Jialo Jiuyue to be with someone from the devil religion. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was also shocked. At this moment, there was a hidden nirvana sovereign aura on Jialo Jiuyue's body, which could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying. That was definitely a sovereign. As for the aura on Moksha's body, Du Xiaofu frowned. There was no way to pry into his aura. No, there's still a hidden sovereign. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's brows twitched as his gaze locked onto a strangely dressed figure standing beside Mo Sha and Jialo Ju Lai. This figure was covered by a purple robe, and the hood covered his head. Even his forehead was covered. The hood of the robe also covered half of his face. His head was slightly lowered, and his eyes could not be seen. However, Du Xiaofu was able to detect the concealed Supreme Being aura on his body. That figure even emanated an aura that Du Xiaofu felt was familiar to him. That person was absolutely an exalted Nirvana realm expert. Chapter 1669. Do you need my help? Moksha looked up at Du Xiaofu and asked. The curve of his lips was perfect, and he always had a smile on his face. However, this smile was dangerous and evil. No need. Wait for me to deal with them. You will be next. Remember to wait for me. Du Xiaofu said. There was also a smile on his resolute face. However, everyone could feel the sharpness behind this smile. So they know each other. Everyone around the square trembled. Looking at the strange conversation between Du Xiaofu and the handsome young man, it was enough to prove that this person seemed to have a strange relationship with the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Okay, I will wait for you. Mo Sha nodded his head in a relaxed manner. His gaze then swept across the 10 stone platforms. In the end, his gaze landed on a stone platform that was occupied by many ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. He then opened his mouth and said, "Go down." Do you know what you are talking about? The fierce birds and beasts occupying the stone platforms were obviously not ordinary. Many of them came from large clans. How could they be dismissed so easily? Their faces immediately changed. Get down. Jialo Jiuyu waved his long black sleeves, and black light surged. Black talisman runes suddenly surged out, and the resplendent light caused the void to lose its color. In an instant, the pressure of a golden-winged rock filled the sky, and the pressure of the world descended. Boom! There was a strange black mysterious rune in the black light, which turned into a black-gold color. It swept out with the sky-shaking wings. Instantly, it seemed as if a black-colored demonic rock had gushed out to cover the stone platform and intended to overturn the heavens and the earth. It formed numerous spatial vortexes that directly overturned a few tens of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts with peerlessly overbearing might, causing them to fall onto the square one by one, causing their heads to bleed and spit blood from their mouths. It is the golden-winged rock. In an instant, the remaining fierce birds and beasts fled. Their eyes were filled with horror. You didn't kill them. Moksha looked at Jialojuyu with a smile. You're just not worth killing, Jialojuame said as he stepped onto the stone platform. Moksha still had a smile on his face and didn't say anything else. He followed Jialojumi onto the stone platform, followed by the mysterious purple-robed figure. Quite a number of strange figures, who were similarly dressed and covered their entire bodies, were all quietly standing behind Mo Shah. That strange purple-robed figure did not even lift his head from start to finish. Walala, suddenly, ripples appeared in the distant void, and a strange aura swept over from afar. In the blink of an eye, that aura seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing the distant space to almost turn into a boundless land of darkness, causing the hearts of everyone in the surroundings to suddenly tremble. In the distant sky, within the black clouds, a purple-robed man flew through the air, accompanied by endless waves of baleful aura. Behind this man, there were countless roars and cries. Many figures with frightening eyes followed behind him as he crossed the void. A majestic wave of black fiendish aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The overwhelming black fiendish aura swept through the high void like dark clouds hovering in the sky. It was extremely frightening. It seems to be that guy? Little Xingxing raised an eyebrow, golden flames rising in his eyes. It seems that terrifying guy has arrived. In the square below, Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others also paled when they sensed a familiar aura. At that moment, in a dark corner of the square, two mysterious figures suddenly raised their head. They wore robes and hats and black patterned masks, revealing only their eyes. At that moment, their eyes were fixed on the group of figures in the air, their murderous auras surging. Swoosh, swoosh. A terrifying group of figures landed directly on the ground of the square. The man in the lead was handsome and charming. His face was sharp and cold, and his thick eyebrows were slightly raised rebelliously. He looked directly at Du Xiaofu, who was in midair. His dark and deep eyes were like black holes, filled with a fascinating color. Jiangchen. At this moment, when she saw the purple-robed man, Mei Ling behind Ouyang Shuang and the others trembled. Her eyes were filled with blood-red light. How could the phantom not recognize the purple-robed man? It was none other than the zombie Jiangchen. Jiangchen raised his head slightly, his handsome profile impeccable. His long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. He swept his gaze over the people around Du Xiaofu, then said coolly, "You seem to have run into some trouble. Do you need my help?" "No need, it's just a few fleas. After I deal with them, I'll have a good chat with you." Du Xiaofu smiled. To think he'd run into Jiangchen in the divine domain. This was a pleasant surprise. After they'd parted, they hadn't heard from each other. Who would have thought they'd meet again? Du Xiaofu surreptitiously sensed Jiangchen's aura. Most likely, Jiangchen had long since reached the level of a golden-furred denglong. Rumor had it that the Golden Howler and the Golden Howler could kill dragons and swallow the clouds. Wherever they went, the earth would turn red. How terrifying! However, Du Xiaofu didn't know much about zombies. There were very few records of them in the world. He didn't know how the Golden Howler's level was divided, or how it compared to the domain realm. However, Du Xiaofu was well aware of how powerful zombies were. According to legends, some zombies were immortal, undying, and indestructible. They could enter and exit the realms of Yin and Yang, travel up the 9 heavens, and down into the netherworld. Although they were lifeless, they were as free and unfettered as gods. "All right, then you deal with them yourself." Jiangchen looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded calmly. Then he nodded to Little Star, the Phantom, Jade Fairy, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and the others he was familiar with. Finally, he turned and left. His gaze swept across the square. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at the two mysterious masked figures in the shadows. His gaze lingered on them for a moment, but he didn't pay them any attention. He didn't fight for the stone platform either. Instead, he waited quietly. Quite a few of the mysterious figures stood behind Jiangchen. Their murderous auras gradually receded, but they were still so strong that the surrounding creatures retreated, not daring to approach. How many people does that little bastard know? At this moment, it was clear that the few leaders who had arrived were no ordinary people. They were also related to Du Xiaofu. This caused Long San's face to twitch from time to time. Du Xiaojing stood off in the distance, gazing at the sky. Her eyes glowed like stars, and her cyan robes fluttered in the wind. "Brat, you're too arrogant." Qin Wudi opened his mouth. Du Xiaofu's reply to the two extraordinary men did not put him in his eyes at all. In addition, he was injured just now. Clanging sounds continued from his body and turned into wind and thunder. Divine light rose from the depths of his magnificent eyes. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Lightning began to sweep out from his eyes. "Qin Wudi, I should be the one to kill him. Compared to you, I'm more qualified. I should be the one to kill him." When the voice rang out in the air above the square, a blazing aura spread out from the distance. It was as if the temperature of the entire world had suddenly risen. Swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of figures flew over from the distance. Their numbers were about the same as legalism's, about 300. Their leader was a middle-aged man. Blazing flames surged from his body like a torrent of molten lava, filling the air with a terrifying heat. The school of vertical and horizontal. When the middle-aged man appeared, Fire Cloud Evil God Dugufenshin's eyes blazed with a blazing aura. Celestial Wolf, Celestial Fiend. At this moment, beside Fire Cloud Evil God, Lian Qingrong's eyes fell on the two men beside the middle-aged man. One of them wore a green robe with a green pattern that fluttered in the wind. His shoulder-length hair danced in the wind. His temperament was fierce. The other one wore a dark red robe with a hood that covered half of his head. His facial features were clearly defined, and his body was surrounded by a baleful aura. His dark and deep icy eyes were filled with a sharp and deep gaze. "It's Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han." At the same time, the ghost chariot and the silver-winged devil condor's eyes trembled. They'd seen the terrifying strength of those two before. "It's Gongsun Wuji from the school of vertical and horizontal. He was as famous as Qin Wudi 30 years ago. Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han are here too." Someone in the square recognized Gongsun Wuji, Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao, and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han. Immediately there was a commotion. Any one of these three was enough to cause a commotion. "It's Gongsun Wuji from the school of vertical and horizontal. Why is he with Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han?" Sima Muhan frowned. She knew about Gongsun Wuji from the Mo family. She also knew about how powerful and terrifying Heavenly Wolf and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui were from the divine domain. Gongsun Wuji walking with Heavenly Wolf and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui undoubtedly made Sima Muhan worried. The school of vertical and horizontal is used to working together. They're also fickle. It's not strange for Qin Qin and Mu Chu to walk together with Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han. "It's just that I don't know what benefits they promised," Qi Yishi said, starlight fluctuating in her eyes. "Gongsun Wuji, it's good that you're here." When he saw the middle-aged man from the school of vertical and horizontal arrive, a smile appeared in Long San's twitching eyes. He let out a sigh of relief, but his gaze was fixed on the two men beside Gongsun Wuji. Feeling the invisible aura from the two men, Long San inwardly trembled. He also learned the identity of the two men from the exclamations of the surrounding people, and his expression changed even more. Chapter 1670. Gongsun Wuji. Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man. He had learned some things from Jie Shilu. This Gongsun Wuji had some relationship with his alcoholic father and mother. It seemed that back then, his mother and Gongsun Wuji were engaged. However, after his mother and mother went to Tianwu Academy and met his alcoholic father, they fell out. Gongsun Wuji appeared and nodded at Long San. Then, he didn't look at Du Xiaofu, but at Du Xiaojing, who was standing in front of the legalism formation. His eyes surged like magma, and his expression constantly changed. He spoke to Qin Wudi beside him. He suppressed his voice, which sounded a bit strange, and asked, "She's Ao Tong's daughter?" "She's a member of my legalism," Qin Wudi replied as he stared at Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji's expression kept changing, but he soon calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at Du Xiaofu. "Gongsun Wuji, that brat is the son of Du Tingxian that you're looking for," Long San said softly. He looked at Gongsun Wuji, intentionally or otherwise. There was a hint of a smile in his black eyes, but it was not a smile. Du Tingshuan's son. Gongsun Wuji stared at Du Xiaofu. This was the first time he looked directly at Du Xiaofu. There was a strange look in his eyes, as though he was looking down on Du Xiaofu, but also as though he was looking at someone else. After a while, he spoke to Du Xiaofu. "You are somewhat similar to Du Tingxian. We're father and son, of course we're similar." Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. He then added, "We're both handsome and charming." This brat can still smile? We're all here to deal with him. Sima Muhan, Yizijin, Ouyang Shuang and the others could only smile bitterly. Long San, Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji and the other experts were all gathered together. Their hearts had always been heavy, but they did not expect that guy to still be able to laugh. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Gongsun Wuji's eyes moved, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said calmly, "It's only right for a son to repay a father's debt. Du Tingxian isn't here, so you'll be the one to repay it. He's still the same as before, he hasn't changed at all." Looking at Gongsun Wuji, many of the middle-aged women and women present had many ripples in their eyes, and their eyes shone brightly. Gongsun Wuji is here too. Many of the middle-aged and old men present were also extremely shocked. That middle-aged man was as famous as Qin Wudi 30 years ago. At the same time, he was also known as one of the 3 strongest geniuses in the past 10,000 years. He was the hope of the school of vertical and horizontal. One day, he would be able to carry the banner of the school of vertical and horizontal. Unfortunately, just as Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi's reputation soared to the sky, they both disappeared without a trace. Only a few people who knew the truth heard that the disappearance of Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi had a lot to do with the legalism's Han Aodong. In the air, Du Xiaofu listened to Gongsun Wuji's words, and his eyes shone faintly. "If my mother doesn't like you, then this is the debt my father owes you. Then I'll take care of this debt for my father. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to collect your debt. Of course, I don't plan on paying it back either." Du Xiaofu looked straight at Gongsun Wuji. "This brat's mouth is really vicious." Qi Yeshi, Su Mushin, Yi Zijin, and the others smiled bitterly. They knew the story behind this. As expected, Gongsun Wuji's lips curled into a cold sneer. His body emitted a blazing aura. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "I originally planned on crippling you for Aodong's sake. However, you've killed many people from the school of vertical and horizontal. Now that I feel uncomfortable, I've decided to kill you." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past Qin Wudi and Long San. In the end, he looked at Gongsun Wuji with an indifferent expression and said, "Legalism, Long San and your school of vertical and horizontal. Many people who wanted to kill me have died. Do you think you'll be the next one? What a glib tongue. Gongsun Wuji's mouth doesn't seem to be able to gain any advantage. Many people in the square whispered softly. Then no one will die in the future. Gongsun Wuji stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression and said, Because you're going to die. I'll kill you. Killing intent surged out of Gongsun Wuji's eyes when he finished speaking. At that moment the entire space tensed up. Gongsun Wuji, if you harm even a single hair on his head, I'll kill you. Suddenly, just as the great battle was about to begin and the atmosphere was tense, a faint voice rang out in the square. The voice was magnetic and mellow, and it reverberated like an echo. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze had already shot into the distance as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes shone with golden light as a smile appeared on his face. Du Xiaojing also looked into the distance where Du Xiaofu was looking. Her clear eyes flickered with light. Her heart began to tremble all of a sudden. She could vaguely feel a warmth rising in her blood, making her nervous for no reason. When the voice reverberated through the void, all the experts in the surroundings looked towards a certain direction in the void. It was very slow. There was no one in front of them. They could only see the many experts in the sky secretly gathering their light, like the prelude to a storm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black spot appeared in the distance. It gradually grew bigger and there was the sound of something breaking through the air. The surrounding square was silent. Everyone looked in that direction. The sound of something breaking through the air grew louder and louder. A long rainbow figure appeared in the distance. It was wrapped in lightning. Someone was crossing the space from the distance. Du Xiaojing's eyes trembled again when the rainbow figure wrapped in lightning arcs swept over. The blood in her heart fluctuated as if she had sensed something. Her fair and slender jade-like hands gently clenched into fists. Chi-chi lightning arcs converged far away from the square, and a tall and straight figure gradually appeared. It's Uncle Tingxian. He's here. On the stone platform in the square, Yi Zijin, who was standing with Yu Xianzi, Zi Tianzuan, Guiche, Guqin Demon, Zhen Qingchun and the others, saw the familiar figure. Suddenly, there was a bright fluctuation in her beautiful eyes. It's third uncle. At this moment, the disciples of the Du family were looking at the tall figure in the sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement and their hearts were trembling. There was a faint lightning flickering in their eyes. Who is he? Ouyang Shuang felt the reactions of the people around her and asked. Your father-in-law. Yi Zijin smiled faintly. There were some things that the entire Du family knew. Hearing this, Ouyang Shuang rolled her eyes at Yi Zijin. However, a redness surfaced on her cheeks. The gaze within her large eyes also immediately sized up the tall and straight figure. It was a tall middle-aged man. When he appeared in the sky, Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji raised their heads slightly. Then, their bodies suddenly trembled. Suddenly, the entire void was shrouded in an eerie silence. At this moment, feeling the strange silence in the square, everyone's eyes fell on the tall figure that suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man's figure was tall and straight like a spear. His face was handsome, and his slender eyebrows were slanted to his temples. He emitted a strong masculine charm. However, his thick and long eyelashes softened the originally strong silhouette, causing a kind of gentleness to appear amidst the masculinity. Such a man was enough to make a woman take a few more glances. However, this middle-aged man's thick eyebrows were slightly knitted, containing a deep feeling. He must be a person with a story. Step by step, the middle-aged man crossed the sky. His feet landed on the void, creating a sound in the air. With a few steps, he appeared in the sky. He looked around at the people from the School of Sound, Dragons, Legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu indifferently and said, You don't seem to be missing an arm or a leg. It's good that you're fine. I'm your son, your biological son. Is this considered concern? Du Xiaofu was originally a little excited to see his drunkard father. Immediately, he rolled his eyes. Du Tingxian, he's that Du Tingxian. Demon King Du Xiaofu's father, Du Tingxian. Is he the one who appeared in Tianhuang mainland? Du Tingxian, the one who is rumored to have undergone nirvana in the divine domain? So he really is the Demon King Du Xiaofu's father. In an instant, the gazes around the square fluctuated. The three words, Du Tingxian, had long spread in the divine domain. Was it this person who stirred up a huge storm between legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, and ruined the marriage between legalism and school of vertical and horizontal? There were elders from the school of agriculture, school of Yinyang, school of Moism, school of Taoism, and other major families. They knew far more than the current young people. While the square was in a heated discussion, Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu in the sky and said, "Of course you're my biological son. However, your mother and I have 2 children." As soon as Du Tingxian finished speaking, he looked at the woman standing in front of the legalism formation. She was an otherworldly woman. On his resolute face, his thick and long eyelashes were open, allowing a smile to appear on his face. He walked towards her step by step with a smile on his face. At this moment, Du Xiaojing also looked at the middle-aged man who was walking towards her with a smile. On his resolute face, his eyes, his mouth, and his figure, everything seemed familiar, but also unfamiliar. The familiarity came from her mother's words. She had a vague impression of him since she was young. The unfamiliarity came from the fact that she had never been close to him since she was born. Du Tingxian walked slowly towards his daughter. He knew at first glance that she was his daughter. They were connected by blood. His heart was nervous, but his face was smiling. As she watched him walk towards her step by step, Du Xiaojing seemed to feel that each step was stepping on her heart. She was also smiling. Her heart was trembling, and the corners of her eyes began to moisten. However, she held it in and maintained the smile on her moving face. She didn't want to cry. She didn't want him to see a daughter who cried the moment they met. Shouldn't a father want to see his daughter smile? She thought so she tried her best to smile, but her delicate body was trembling. The surrounding legalism people's faces were twitching, and their eyes were flickering. However, at this moment, when they felt the middle-aged man walking towards them, they felt an invisible and vast power that made the hearts of the legalism elders tremble. They didn't dare to get close to stop him. Du Tingxian smiled as he walked to Du Xiaojing's side. He carefully sized her up. He reached out his thick and broad hand and brushed it across her moving face. He pushed away the few strands of hair that were covering her face and said with a gentle voice that he had never used before, "I finally see you." When that thick and broad palm touched her face, Du Xiaojing could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. His vision blurred, and 2 streams of hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes. "Father." That was the word that she had asked her mother countless times. At this moment, when it came out of her mouth, it seemed to be gushing with emotion. At this moment, Du Xiaojing couldn't hold it in any more and threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged man in front of her. Chapter 1671. Du Tingxian did not say anything, only gently holding his daughter in his arms. Du Xiaofu walked over slowly, standing at the side without saying anything. His eyes were also a little moist at this moment, as if something was about to flow out of his eyes, but in the end, he swallowed it, a smile appearing in his eyes. The entire square was silent. Looking up into the air, many gazes were also moved, but no one made a sound to break this scene. Third uncle has finally seen Xiaojing. Du Xiaoman's eyes were a little dazed. After a while, Du Tingxian stroked that beautiful black hair and said softly, "I haven't hugged you yet, but you've suddenly grown up." Du Xiaojing raised her head and looked at Du Tingxian in front of her. "You look much better than your brother when he cried when he was young." Du Tingxian smiled, wiping away the tears on his daughter's face. "I don't think I've cried before, have I?" Du Xiaofu could not hold it in anymore. He walked over and looked at Du Tingxian, a little dissatisfied. Pursing his lips, he said, "Even when you see your daughter, you don't have to criticize your son like this." "You looked ugly when you were young," Du Tingxian said seriously. Looking at her father and brother in front of her, Du Xiaojing smiled through her tears. This moment was something she had thought of countless times in her heart, and today, it had finally come true. She had once thought that she would never see these two people who were closest to her again. She had once thought that she would completely lose them. Now, they were finally standing in front of her. At this moment, she was overjoyed. She had never been so overjoyed since she was young. Even when she had broken through time and time again, when she had stepped over bottlenecks that ordinary people could only look at and sigh at, she had never felt such joy in her heart. But now, she knew that something was still missing. There was still one person who was not here. Her mother was still practicing legalism, and it was not complete enough. Du Xiaofu was speechless towards Du Tingxian. He did not want to say anything more, but he was very happy in his heart. This guy in front of him had come, and his sister was also by his side. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was also looking at his sister, Du Xiaojing. Her crying appearance was just as moving, and there was a feeling of pity for her. It could be imagined that she indeed looked better than him crying. "How's your mother?" Du Tingxian ignored Du Xiaofu and asked Du Xiaojing. "Mother," Du Xiaojing's eyes moved slightly, but then he smiled and said, "Generally speaking, Mother is still all right." Du Xiaofu didn't say much. He knew that his mother wasn't doing too well in legalism. But the only thing that comforted Du Xiaofu was that even if it was for the sake of his sister, at least his mother's life would not be in danger. Du Tingxian looked at his daughter, then at his son. He seemed to have understood something, but he didn't say anything. He looked into the distance and said, "I will bring your mother out as soon as possible." Sigh. Qi Yeshi sighed softly in the distance. She had heard the words of the family of three clearly. Qi Yeshi also knew the situation of legalism the best. Back then, Du Xiaofu had been tortured to such a state. At this moment, Han Aodong was probably not much better off. The family of three knew in their hearts, but they did not say anything. They did not want the other two to worry. "If we are not a family, we will not enter the same house." Qi Yeshi's eyes moved. The family of three had the same temper. Perhaps the three of them all wanted to shoulder the burden of future matters on their own. Su Muxin also looked at the family of three. She knew everything about him. She had experienced everything in the Cosmos Dragon Tiger technique, and felt as if she had experienced it herself. Who said that he is as ferocious as a demon? Outsiders just can't see his gentle side. Su Muxin's heart was in turmoil. A man who could dig out his own heart to save his sister. Whether he was ferocious or gentle, only those who truly understood him would know. She already had her own answer in her heart. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have already." Du Xiaojing opened her mouth and looked at Du Xiaofu. "You are my sister. We are family." Du Xiaofu knew what Du Xiaojing wanted to say. He said, "If you were me, I think you would have done the same." Du Xiaojing's gaze trembled and her throat was choked. "Then," she said, "back then, I thought that I wouldn't be able to live on, but Mother told me that I had a brother who was the same age as me. At that time, I thought that if I could recover one day and continue living, I would definitely find you guys. If I really died, it would be fine. Mother and Father still have you, so they wouldn't be too sad. But you are so foolish. You actually gave your heart to me. Don't you know that you will die like that? Fortunately, the heavens protected me and prevented me from truly losing you. If I die, you can live on for me. My heart is with you, which means that I am still alive. This way, we won't have to die. How great is that?" Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. "Brother." Looking at the man in front of her who looked like her, Du Xiaojing, who had just held back her tears, blurred her vision again. This time, she felt the true meaning of the word brother for the first time. It was just a title. It was a selfless love, a love that was willing to give up his life for her. This selfless love weighed millions of pounds. Even if the brother and sister had never met, this selfless love made the brother willing to give up his life for her puppet. She didn't know if other people's brothers were like that, but at this moment, she knew that her brother was like that. She knew everything that happened in the outside world. She had also gone out to search and gather information. Her father had always been training outside, and her brother had been adventuring since he was young. He had experienced countless dangerous situations and had lingered at the gates of hell several times. Even in legalism, he had narrowly escaped death twice. How could Du Xiaojing not know all of this? Her father and brother had always worked hard and sacrificed everything for the sake of their family's reunion. What have I done now? Should I advance and retreat together with father and brother, or should I continue doing what I want to do? If I insist, will I hurt father and brother's hearts? His gaze swept across Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, Long San, and the others. Du Xiaojing asked himself in his heart, what have I done all these years? What did I want to do? If I insist, will I hurt my father and brother's hearts? Qin Wudi looked at the family of three in front of him and narrowed his eyes. His gaze became sharper and sharper. Du Tingxian, you've finally appeared. Finally, Qin Wudi couldn't help but speak. There were some things that legalism didn't want to happen. Although he wasn't too clear about it, he knew and didn't want that to happen. Now, this scene was happening in the family. Qin Wudi wanted to control it within a controllable range. Otherwise, it would be the last thing legalism wanted to see. Qin Wudi, long time no see. Hearing this, Du Tingxian glanced sideways and saw Qin Wudi. Obviously, they had met before. I didn't expect that a little ant from the outside world would have such a day. I'm a little regretful. If I had dealt with you back then, none of this would have happened. Qin Wudi said. At this moment, Qin Wudi was indeed a little regretful. He had the chance to deal with Du Tingxian, but he didn't do it in the end. If he had forcefully dealt with him back then, none of this would have happened. You didn't do it back then, but even if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to kill me, Du Tingxian said. His voice was very calm and revealed a kind of sincere determination. Is that so? Qin Wudi's aura fluctuated as he clenched his fist. Father, brother, can we be together as a family? Suddenly, Du Xiaojing looked at Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu and asked softly. Her eyes were filled with longing. I've thought about it. If anyone doesn't let us be together as a family, I'll separate their family. Du Tingxian turned around. His voice was calm, but his eyes gradually sharpened. If anyone doesn't let us be together as a family, I'll kill their family, Du Xiaofu said. Under a faint smile, his eyes rippled with golden light. Du Tingxian, it's good that you're here. We finally meet again. Gongsun Wuji finally spoke. His calm face was like an ancient well. His eyes were slightly raised as he looked at Du Tingxian. It was as if he wasn't looking at him directly. Vaguely, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Yes, we meet again. But instead of meeting, it's better to reminisce. Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji and said, Indeed, it's better to reminisce. All of this happened because of you. You escaped a calamity back then, but not now. I'll let you know that it was a mistake for Ao Tong to choose you from the beginning. Gongsun Wuji looked directly at Du Tingxian. His eyes were blazing like lava. Chapter 1672. Du Tingxian looked at the arrogant middle-aged man in front of him. However, there wasn't much change on his face. He only said indifferently, From the beginning to the end, Ao Tong was forced to marry you. Ao Tong has never liked you. Gongsun Wuji's eyes twitched. He looked at Du Tingxian and said, I don't know what you lied to Ao Tong about. However, when you are defeated and killed by me, Ao Tong will understand that she made the wrong choice from the start. Ao Tong was forced to marry you from the start. Ao Tong has never liked you. Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji. His tone was still as calm as ever. Du Tingxian, if not for you, none of this would have happened. I have been in seclusion all these years because I wanted to wait for you to come out. I wanted to kill you personally in front of Ao Tong and make you kneel before me. Although Ao Tong is not here today, I will bring you before her and let her know that you were never my match. You were never my match, Gongsun Wuji shouted. Ao Tong was forced to marry you from the start. Ao Tong has never liked you. Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji and smiled faintly. He was still unmoved. Bastard, are you toying with me? Gongsun Wuji was furious. His eyes were filled with lava as he clenched his fists tightly. Ao Tong was forced to marry you from the start. She has never liked you, Du Tingxian said softly. He was not arrogant or rash. He was not afraid at all. Finally, someone in the surrounding space could not help but laugh. Like son, like father. The words of this father and son are enough to anger someone to death. There were many discussions in the surroundings. Looking at Du Tingxuan's calm expression, Gongsun Wuji was already going crazy. He could not help but sigh. Indeed, like father, like son. It turned out that Du Xiaofu's poisonous mouth was inherited. This Du Tingxian is not ordinary, some of the old people secretly commented. Du Tingxian was currently facing a peerless genius from the school of vertical and horizontal, the most dazzling existence in the history of the school of vertical and horizontal. However, at this moment, Du Tingxian was not arrogant, impatient, fearless, and even mocking him. This was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. Most people wouldn't even be able to speak in front of Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji. Qin Wudi looked at Gongsun Wuji and frowned. Gongsun Wuji's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he quickly calmed down. He was Gongsun Wuji, the most dazzling existence in the history of the school of vertical and horizontal. For the past few decades, he had been in seclusion and had never gone out. However, in terms of cultivation and strength, Gongsun Wuji had never given up. In fact, he had been working even harder on his cultivation, to the point of being stubborn. Qin Wudi, you're really ruthless. Du Tingxian looked at Qin Wudi. Compared to Gongsun Wuji, his expression towards Qin Wudi had a hint of coldness and sharpness. I'm ruthless. Qin Wudi stared at Du Tingxian. Hearing this, he raised his head and laughed. Under the gazes of the crowd, his laughter made people feel uneasy and uneasy. Qiu Yi is dead. I've been hiding in the past few years. I've been in so much pain that I wish I was dead. I'm not a human, nor a ghost. I want to go with Qiu Yi, but I know I can't. For legalism, I can't even die. And all of this is because of your appearance. If it wasn't for you, none of this would have happened. You have to pay the price for this. When Qin Wudi's last words fell, his voice was already ear-piercing. His face had already turned ferocious. His hair danced in the wind, and his entire body was rippling with a storm of aura. The string buried deep in his heart had been touched. His entire person had fallen into a terrifying state. Compared to Gongsun Wuji, he had lost his composure. There seems to be a lot of stories behind this. Everyone was guessing. Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, and Du Tingxian. There seemed to be a girl called Han Aodong and Qiu Yi among the three of them. Qiu Yi should be the girl called Zhang Qiu Yi from the school of vertical and horizontal. She was once in the same generation as Gongsun Wuji. She was also talented, but was overshadowed by Gongsun Wuji. Rumor has it that she fell in love with Qin Wudi at first sight. The school of vertical and horizontal and legalism also intended to form a marriage alliance. In order to strengthen this relationship, and to prevent a talented junior from falling to legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal targeted Qiu Yi. Therefore, the school of vertical and horizontal also set their eyes on the school of legalism. Gongsun Wuji had always liked Han Aodong, and in the end, He facilitated the marriage between the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. But who would have thought that in the end, Han Aodong and Du Tingxian would end up together? Although the legalism opposed it, the two of them eloped and even had a child together. Not many people in the outside world know about the matter between Du Tingxian and Han Aodong. However, the 9 great clans and the various major powers could not hide it. The school of vertical and horizontal's reputation was greatly damaged. The marriage alliance between Zhang Qiuyi and Qin Wudi was naturally opposed by the school of vertical and horizontal. Zhang Qiuyi threatened to kill herself, but she was also opposed by the school of vertical and horizontal. She was thrown into the school of vertical and horizontal's prison. In the end, it seemed that she suffered from qi deviation while cultivating. She exhausted all the vitality in her body and self-immolated under the school of vertical and horizontal's martial veins. The elders of the various major clans sighed when they spoke of the reason for this matter. The relationship between this matter was huge and complicated. Very few people knew about it. However, this matter was still widely spread among the 9 great clans and the other major powers. Therefore, some of the elders and elders had heard about it. Qin Wudi, the person you're looking for is the school of vertical and horizontal, not me. You're willing to be a chess piece and watch your beloved woman die in the game between the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Isn't that enough to wake you up? Du Tingxian said. He seemed to have already known about some of the things that happened back then. He, Qin Wudi laughed. His smile was somewhat lonely and fierce. Then, he looked at Du Tingxian and said fiercely, Du Tingxian, do you still not understand? This is our matter. You're just an ant from the outside world. You insisted on getting involved. If you didn't appear, everything would be fine now. Therefore, you must die. You and your father must die today. Boom. The moment Qin Wudi's fierce aura descended, a vast and terrifying aura spread out from his body. Du Tingxian, you and your father won't be able to escape today. I'll kill both of you in one go, Gongsun Wuji said in a deep voice. A blazing aura swept out in an instant. Kill. At the same time, from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, fierce battle cries could be heard. Rumble, in an instant, hundreds of figures spread out their auras. They were filled with dazzling light as if stars were descending. Some of the stronger figures were surrounded by halos that were as dazzling as the sun. Suddenly, the void of this square was filled with dazzling light. A terrifying aura shook the heavens and contained an extremely terrifying pressure. This was the special pressure of the 9 great clans that could suppress the world. Roar! Accompanied by the roars of the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, some of the demonic beasts roared endlessly and shook the void. However, at the same time, there were more than 10 young men who followed the school of legalism who quietly retreated. Destroy the desolate country, kill! Almost at the same time, Long San shouted. His voice was like a dragon's roar that shook the sky. Roar! In an instant, many ferocious beasts behind Long San roared and transformed into their true forms. Many flood dragons soared into the sky. All of them roared like thunder and exuded a terrifying aura. Their bodies were like dark clouds that covered the sky. Their auras were terrifying. In an instant, the auras of the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons exploded. Their terrifying auras spread out and shook the heavens. Numerous figures and huge beasts were as terrifying as the dazzling sun. Loud explosions resounded in the sky like thunder and reverberated for a long time, causing the color of the square to change. Do you dare to make a move? Rumble, at this moment, the disciples of the desolate country, Tianwu Academy, 7-Star Hall, Ancient Heaven Sect, and Hehuan School, who had already experienced the massacre, surged with their auras. Countless auras soared into the sky, shaking the clouds and emitting dazzling light. In the eyes of Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, Su Muxin, Du Xiaoqing, little Tiger, the 18 celestial generals, and Du Yunlong, a terrifying light surged out. Qin Wudi, you're the one who doesn't understand. Du Tingxian spoke, but his voice was drowned out by the surrounding energy fluctuations. In the depths of his sharp eyes, lightning began to flicker. Swish, swish. At the same time, in the sky behind the legalism formation, a dozen legalism youths broke through the sky. They turned into streaks of lightning and flew towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, they said, legalism is immoral and forced us to follow you. Today, we will withdraw from the legalism and seek refuge with the Rock Emperor. A few ants, you're courting death. The expressions of the old men from the legalism immediately changed. Their faces turned cold as killing intent surged out. Suddenly, resplendent runes surged out and turned into an earth-shattering attack that swept over, wanting to kill the traitors. This is the divine domain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A loud shout rang out. The dozen people turned around in panic and condensed their attack. They turned into rolling runes that swept over and collided with each other. Instantly, the void trembled from the collision, and a thunderous sound resounded. You're courting death, Qin Wudi bellowed. His eyes surged with coldness. From his peerlessly elegant body, a dazzling rune swept out, sprinkling a dazzling light that imprisoned the space. It was as if a sun had descended from the sky, causing the space to explode. It caused the void to rumble as it directly collapsed towards the dozen people. Boom! Under that vast killing intent and aura, it was enough to crush the dozen or so people. Legalism is not only immoral, but also shameless. When these words fell, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost in front of the dozen people. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as golden light permeated the void. He waved his hand and released a monstrous, overbearing qi. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the void. Rumble, a terrifying aura overflowed and swept out in all directions, completely resisting Qin Wudi's suppression. Rumble, the air trembled and the surrounding space trembled. The nearby figures were forced to retreat, not daring to be touched. Rock Emperor! The dozen people felt death from Du Xiaofu's terrifying aura and trembled. However, at this moment, they immediately recovered and looked at the sudden appearance of Du Xiaofu with pleasant surprise. You guys retreat first, Du Xiaofu said to the dozen people with a smile on his face. Du Xiaofu knew these people. They were Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others who had obtained a spot to enter legalism. Especially Yu Bufan and Mu Yuming, they were also very famous in the outside world. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that those who had obtained a spot to enter legalism had most likely become followers of legalism. Behind the scenes, it seemed that not everyone was willing to do so. With legalism's methods, it wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know what methods legalism had used. It was likely that they had used threats and promises to make these people submit and become cannon fodder. However, Yu Bufan and the others were smart and naturally wouldn't be willing to become cannon fodder for legalism. They took this opportunity to resist and leave. Yes. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had spoken, Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others immediately retreated to the desolate nation's formation below. They wanted to leave legalism and didn't want to become cannon fodder for legalism. Du Xiaofu, you're courting death. Qin Wudi was furious, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at the surging auras in the sky. At this moment, the auras surged, and the astonishing formation of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal dragons. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, revealing his pure white teeth. This sneer made the beings of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons feel a chill down their spines. You guys want to fight? Then I'll give you a big gift. When his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's hand had already begun to condense a handprint in an instant. Hula, in the blink of an eye, many ancient runes appeared around Du Xiaofu's body. They were arranged, derived, and imperceptibly connected with the space of the divine domain. Boundless mysteries were contained within them. These ancient runes finally turned into a rain of light that seeped through the void and sprinkled over this part of the void. It could penetrate all seals, and no one could stop it. And when these ancient runes appeared like a rain of light, the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and dragons, as long as they had life-saving talismans, the talismans between their eyebrows immediately cracked and shattered, disappearing without a trace. Life-saving talisman, why did my life-saving talisman disappear? My life-saving talisman disappeared. What's going on? What? Who touched my life-saving talisman? My life-saving talisman. Instantly, the formation of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal fell into chaos. Cries of alarm rang out, filled with fear. Then, even the life-saving talismans between the eyebrows of Long San, Chin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl, and Heavenly Fiend Yeluhan were mysteriously shattering and disappearing. None of this could be stopped. Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl, Heavenly Fiend Yeluhan, Chin Wudi, Long San, and the others all suddenly trembled in fear. Du Xiaofu, this is Du Xiaofu's doing. Du Xiaofu, it's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He's the one who made everyone's life-saving talismans lose their effectiveness. Some people immediately stared at Du Xiaofu. They had personally witnessed this shocking and inconceivable event. It was clearly Du Xiaofu's doing. At this moment, the Demon King had effortlessly wiped out everyone's greatest trump card. Without a doubt, he had taken their lives in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Chapter 1673. However, that wasn't all. Light rain poured down in all directions as ancient runes condensed, and in the end, they condensed into secret runes. The light rain turned into many life-saving talismans and fell on the people of the School of Agriculture, the Golden-Winged Great Peng, the School of Yin-Yang, the School of Mo, the Hahuan School, the Ancient Heaven Sect, the Profound Underworld Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect. A second life-saving talisman appeared between the eyebrows of those who had lost their life-saving talismans. My life-saving talisman, some people cried out in surprise, while others trembled in joy. Loud cries of joy rang out, causing the sky to tremble. The appearance of this scene had already caused Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, Fire Cloud Evil God, and the others to be completely moved. Those who had obtained their life-saving talismans were pleasantly surprised. They knew that it was the doing of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Compared to the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons were all terrified. The faces of the heavenly wolf Mo Tianxiao and the heavenly demon Yeluhan were also twitching. Their alliance with Gongsun Wuji hadn't even begun, but their life-saving talismans had already been destroyed. If they had known earlier, they definitely wouldn't have chosen it. However, it was already too late for them to escape. Du Xiaofu already had his eyes on the two of them, and he definitely wouldn't let them go so easily. They could only fight. Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, Long San, and the dragons. The elders of the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal all had extremely gloomy expressions. All three of them had lost their life-saving talismans, while the other side had lost their life-saving talismans. How could they not know what this meant when they fought? If they had known that this would be the result, they definitely wouldn't have chosen to fight here. They had no choice but to consider the consequences. However, it was clearly too late to regret now. In ancient times, there were people who tried to comprehend the life-saving talismans, but even those extremely talented people didn't succeed. Later on, no one dared to try. I think the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has succeeded. On the square, Zhou Xiaoluo spoke, her eyes glowing. A life-saving talisman. The school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the legalism have already suffered a crushing defeat. Mo Runan revealed a smile. On the stone platform in the plaza, Moksha's eyes lit up. Are you satisfied with this gift? Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, Long San, and the others with a smile that wasn't a smile. His smile was cold, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Dragons, legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, leave no one alive." Following Du Xiaofu's words, Yi Piaoling, General, Du Yunlong, Zhen Qinchun, Master Apothecary, Du Shui, the silver-winged demonic condor, mysterious King Jiao, desolate Gu Diao, Gui Che, Extinction Sword King, Grand Elder Gong Dao, and the others' eyes flashed with killing intent. The energy in the air above the plaza suddenly surged violently. The light of the world began to darken, and the surroundings began to turn dark. The wind and clouds began to surge. "Set up the formation!" Zhen Qingchun, Master Apothecary, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and the others shouted. Almost as soon as their voices rang out, figures from all over the plaza rose into the air. The disciples of the Barren Nation, Seven-Star Hall, Hahuan School, Black Talisman Sect, and Ancient Heaven Sect immediately set up the formation at lightning speed. Terrifying Xian Qi surged, and runes filled the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Rumble, in an instant, the Barren Nation formed a mighty momentum that shook the mountains. The other experts in the plaza who saw this were also trembling. At this moment, the surrounding forces truly felt that the Barren Nation actually had the strength to contend with the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal among the younger generation. Do you think you can control everything just because you have a life-saving talisman? If you're not strong enough, it doesn't matter how many life-saving talismans you have. In the sky, Gongsun Wuji's face was gloomy. However, at this moment, neither he nor Qin Wudi could return to their original calm appearance. School of Yinyang, help the Barren Nation. Kill. Qi Yeshi said with a sharp voice. Starlight enveloped his body, and Yin and Yang circulated. Boom. As soon as Qi Yeshi finished speaking, the disciples of the school of Yinyang, led by Qi family's Jun, stepped out together. Waves of starlight and Yin and Yang rose, enveloping the sky. School of Mo, help the Barren Nation. Mo Runan said. Her beautiful figure stepped into the air, and blue light circulated around her body. Mo Li, Mo Junyu, and the other experts of the school of Mo immediately soared into the sky. The sky was instantly filled with dense mist that did not disperse. School of Agriculture, help the Barren Nation. Zhou Xiaolua's voice was soft, and her beautiful figure was graceful. After that beautiful figure, the disciples of the School of Agriculture, led by Jiang Yunfeng and Zhou Yu, rushed into the air. The formless aura caused the earth to rumble. School of Yinyang, School of Agriculture, School of Mo, are you trying to start a war between the 9 families? Qin Wudi shouted. The Barren Nation had already caused his face to darken. He did not expect that the School of Yinyang, School of Mo, and School of Agriculture would advance and retreat together with the Barren Nation. School of Yinyang, School of Mo, School of Agriculture, are you trying to start a war between the 9 families? Think about the consequences. It's not something you can bear. Gongsun Wuji shouted sternly. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of the School of Yinyang, School of Yinyang, and School of Agriculture. However, things were different now. At this moment, the addition of any family was enough to make the School of Vertical and Horizontal face enemies. Even if any extraordinary person joined, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. How could Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi not understand this logic? So what if the 9 families are fighting? 30 years ago, the School of Vertical and Horizontal and Legalism formed an alliance. Didn't you want to start a war between the 9 families? Now you're forming an alliance with the dragons. The alliance between the 9 families has long been abandoned by you. It's only a matter of time before a war breaks out. Qi Yeshi said. The sky was filled with starlight and a vast qi surged. A river of stars began to appear in the sky. School of Yinyang, School of Agriculture, and School of Mo. After the divine domain closes, I'll definitely flatten the three of you. Long San shouted angrily. Black runes surged and a black dragon coiled around his body. Mixed blood dragon, do you think you can get out of here alive? Flames rose in little Xingxing's eyes. Her small jade-like fist was covered in golden flames. Just as she spoke, she attacked forcefully. Her fist was wrapped in golden flames and directly punched towards Long San. Suddenly, golden flames erupted. A great battle broke out. As little Xingxing attacked, the clouds in all directions moved. Little girl, you're courting death. Long San shouted angrily. Immediately, his figure also attacked little Xingxing. Kill, leave no one alive. Du Xiaofu stepped out. He wasn't worried about little Xingxing. Waves of golden fluctuations spread out from his body. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with golden light. It was incomparably domineering. Wind and thunder rumbled. Kill. Behind Du Xiaofu, the disciples of the desolate country, Heavenly Beast Hall, School of Yinyang, School of Mo, and School of Agriculture suddenly soared into the sky and pounced together. As their auras surged, the sky changed color. The dragons, Legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal had already been killed by Du Xiaofu and the others. They had also lost many of their true experts. At this moment, there were only a little more than 1,000 people. At this moment, the School of Mo, School of Yinyang, Desolate Country, and the others added up to more than 4,000 people. Moreover, almost all of these 4,000 people had life-saving talismans to protect themselves. At this moment, the dragons, Legalism, and the others who had life-saving talismans had been wiped out. This was already a psychological suppression. Boom! The overwhelming figures and auras filled the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Set up the blazing fire formation. Kill. Gongsun Wuji bellowed. As his voice fell, the members of the School of Vertical and Horizontal behind him stood in unison with cold and solemn expressions. Each of them stood in a mysterious position. The blazing Xian Qi in their bodies surged, and raging flames rolled around them. They quickly formed a vast sea of fire in midair that could burn everything. Heavenly Law Formation. Qin Wudi shouted. The experts of Legalism behind him also quickly gathered. A vast aura swept out and gathered into a terrifying formation that contained the power of Legalism. It was vast and mighty. Heavenly Dragon Formation. Long San, who had already clashed with little Xingxing in an instant, let out a loud roar. Over 100 serpents soared into the sky behind him, transforming into over 100 gigantic serpents. Dragon runes surged out from his body, rapidly condensing into a vast and mighty talisman rune in the sky. The talisman rune shone resplendently, and the dragon's roar did not cease. In the end, it transformed into an incomparably huge dragon with 9 ferocious heads. Amidst the dragon's roar, it caused the void to tremble and the myriad of beasts to howl. Set up the Yin-Yang stellar formation. Qi Yeshi shouted. The experts of the School of Yin-Yang immediately gathered into a formation. The Yin and Yang Qi surged in the surroundings. A river of stars appeared and starlight covered the sky. Ground Astral Formation. The School of Yin-Yang set up the formation. The mountains surged and the earth rumbled. Wind and clouds surged in the sky. Countless peaks appeared and huge rocks fell from the sky like falling stars. Set up the heavenly machinery. Mo Runin shouted. From the School of Mo, a colossal object suddenly appeared. It was thousands of feet tall and stood in the vast square. It was incomparably huge. It was a giant that looked like a machine. In the mechanical giant, there were hundreds of disciples of the School of Mo controlling it with their Xian Qi. The terrifying aura emitted from the mechanical giant was even more powerful than any of the School of Yin-Yang stellar formations. When the mechanical giant appeared, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but look at it in shock. It was rumored that the ancestor of the School of Mo was the ancestor of machines. He used special machines that contained the power of the 5 Daos and the heavens and earth. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The rumor was true. Chapter 1674. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Du Tingxian vs Gongsun Wuji Rumble. In just a short moment, these great clans directly attacked each other. Each of their combined attacks carried a destructive power as they fiercely charged at each other, causing the space along the way to explode. The sea of fire boiled, burning everything. Starlight filled the sky as the stars rotated. The yin and yang energies turned into sharp swords that cut through the void. A vast power swept out, shattering everything. The roars of the 9 giant dragons shook the sky. The mechanical giant could tear the void apart. There were also mountains crashing and boulders falling. All of these collided together, causing the entire void to shatter, but it quickly recovered. There was a mighty force in the divine domain that was difficult to destroy. In just a moment, the battle had already erupted. All the attacks swept out, and the energy ripples shattered the void, causing the living beings on the square below to tremble in fear. Roar! Little Xingxing's fist shattered the black dragon's shadow. Long San roared and directly activated his true body. It was 1,000 feet long black dragon. The dragon's scales were covered with mysterious runes like black flames. The 6 divine rings above his head channeled the mighty force of heaven and earth. Long San was a supreme Nirvana realm expert who had stepped into the Nirvana realm. How powerful was he? A mixed-blood dragon will always be a mixed-blood dragon. Little Xingxing was not afraid. His eyes were filled with golden flames, erupting with dazzling golden light. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a huge dragon hovering in the sky. He spread his wings like a phoenix's wings, spreading blazing red and purple flames. Starlight flowed on the surface of his body. There was also the aura of a golden-winged roc, and a terrifying supreme aura sweeping across the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. When little Xingxing turned into his true body, all the demonic beasts, including the 9 giant dragons, trembled. The Hui Dragon King and other ancient demonic beasts in the divine domain also went limp. Little Supreme Nirvana Mixed Blood Dragon, suppress. Little Xingxing's body soared into the sky. Immediately, 9 divine rings of divine fire covered his head. They were filled with a heavenly might. Golden flames filled his golden dragon eyes. It was as though they contained 2 vast golden seas of fire. A frightening, strange, and complicated pressure descended from his body. That little girl is also a supreme Nirvana realm expert. Many exclamations of surprise sounded out from below. That little girl was actually a grand exalt of rebirth, and this was sufficient to cause everyone to be shocked. I don't like you, so I'll take you. Du Xiaoyao's figure flashed across the sky. He stared at the Mirage Dragon King. Brat, you're courting death. The Sea Serpent King bellowed. He was the strongest king in the divine domain and had never been provoked before. Even Long San had to show him some respect. In an instant, the Sea Serpent King's reverse scale armor glowed. The dragon's shadow rippled and turned into a 1,000-foot-long sea serpent dragon. Its scales were all reversed, and its terrifying aura swept through the void. Do you think that you are the only ones who can achieve nirvana? Don't forget, the divine domain is a paradise. I can achieve nirvana as well. None of you are my match. When the dragon-like roar sounded, 6 divine halos appeared above the sea serpent's head. With the addition of heavenly might, its might skyrocketed. He's probably only half a step away from nirvana of liberation. A sea serpent dragon at the half nirvana of liberation level. On the stone platform below, Lian Qingrong's eyes glowed like snowflakes. The sea serpent king's aura made even him wary. It was a terrifying sea serpent dragon that had already stepped into nirvana of liberation level. It's just a mixed-blood dragon. Du Xiaoyao stared at the 1,000-foot-long sea serpent dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun. It was as if a terrifying lord had been born. The terrifying aura filled the sky and turned into a crystalline giant golden ape. Mysterious runes surged around it, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Roar, the ape roared. Multicolored light flowed around it. It was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything in the world. 9 divine halos appeared above its head. Its identity as a grand exalt of nirvana was obvious. Its mighty aura was at the nirvana of truth level. Oh my God, it's a redbone horseape! It's not just a redbone horseape. It's a grand exalt of nirvana realm redbone horseape. How many grand exalts does the desolate country have? How can they let others live? A redbone horseape is already terrifying enough. It's a grand exalt of nirvana realm redbone horseape. It's too terrifying. The living beings on the square below were completely horrified. They all gasped and felt their throats dry up. They swallowed their saliva. Another grand exalt of nirvana realm redbone horseape had appeared in the desolate country. It was as if they didn't want others to live. Looking at the redbone horseape before him, the sea serpent king's eyes trembled violently. Evil creature, I'll kill you! Du Xiaoyao's 1,000-foot-long redbone horseape body soared into the sky. He suddenly punched out with a blurry light. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. The space before his fist became blurry and distorted. A terrifying aura erupted with an inexplicable pressure that could cause one's primordial spirit to explode. This kind of power could sweep across the area and suppress everything. Roar! The sea serpent king roared and immediately clashed with Du Xiaoyao. Whoosh! Dongli Qingqing attacked. Green light surged from her slender figure. Her palm print devoured life force as it slammed toward the heavenly wolf lonely sky howl. Heavenly fiend, we meet again. The voice was clear and melodious as strands of mysterious glowing talisman markings surged over, and then a graceful and beautiful figure's clothes fluttered as she descended. The multicolored light around her body was like stars that revolved and fluctuated, and her slender and tall delicate figure rose and fell exquisitely. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were resplendent like the starry sky. Yin and yang qi flowed around her. Countless rays of light surged like falling stars, sweeping toward the heavenly fiend Yeluhan. She was Qi Yeshi. She had fought with the heavenly fiend Heavenly Wolf before. Now she was attacking again. Heavenly fiend Yeluhan. At the same time, several figures flew over. Su Muxin, Jialo Juyu, and Jialo Kaling flew over and surrounded the heavenly fiend Yeluhan. Jialo Juyu and Jialo Kaling had also attacked the heavenly fiend Yeluhan before. They knew how strong the heavenly fiend Yeluhan was, so they immediately transformed into their great golden-winged rocks and used their supreme powers. Roar! Su Muxin wasn't careless. She knew how strong the heavenly fiend Yeluhan was. She activated the Yin Kuan tiger taming art. The aura of a half-step supreme nirvana swirled around her. A white tiger appeared in the sky, tearing apart space. Bastard! The heavenly fiend Yeluhan's face was ashen. He was surrounded by several supreme nirvana realm expert. Although he wasn't worried at all if he faced them alone, he didn't dare to be careless. However, he wasn't afraid. He attacked with all his strength. The Blood Sea Meridian Soul appeared in the sky. Baleful aura surged as he used his supreme powers. Yeluhan was fighting against 4 supreme nirvana realm experts by himself. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had the upper hand. How powerful was he? Kill! Yi Piaoling and the other 18 celestial guards rushed out. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the others also launched their attack. Sima Muhan, Dai Xingyu, Zhen Qingchun, and the others glanced around and went to find their own opponent. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Du Yu, Du Shui, the silver-winged demonic condor, Gui Che, and the Zither Devil had also attacked from the sky. Rumble, the joint attack formation collided. The battle shook the heavens and earth. Ferocious attacks covered the sky and earth. In an instant there were people screaming in agony. Blood was spilled everywhere. Qin Wudi is very strong. In the sky, Du Tingxian stared at Gongsun Wuji and said to Du Xiaofu beside him, Gongsun Wuji isn't weak either. Du Xiaofu said. His gaze was fixed on Qin Wudi. As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes met and they both smiled faintly. In the sky, Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji looked around with dark gazes. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal were no match for them. Boom! Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji's aura surged. Dazzling runes surged, and the surrounding void began to crack. The heavens and earth trembled violently. The immovable plaza below was also shaking. They were angry and wanted to attack with all their might. Qi. At this moment, Du Tingxian stepped into the void. As the void rippled, his figure turned into lightning. A thunderous roar resounded. Gongsun Wuji, your opponent is me. Du Tingxian, you'll have to fight eventually. I'll deal with you first. Gongsun Wuji bellowed. The flames on his body roared. With a wave of his hand, the flames soared into the sky and rushed towards Du Tingxian. The scorching heat that could incinerate all things spread out. Brilliant fire talisman runes interweaved in all directions. Boom! Du Tingxian made his move. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body was instantly surrounded by boundless lightning. Lightning runes erupted as he rushed forward. That was the power of unparalleled lightning. It turned into a sea of lightning. Lightning filled the sky and enveloped the surroundings, sweeping away the scorching flames. The two instantly exchanged blows. Their figures swept into the distant void. Neither of them wanted to affect the surroundings. With their strength, the aftermath would be a nightmare for the disciples of the major forces. Qin Wudi, we should continue. As Du Tingxian's figure swept out, Du Xiaofu's figure rippled in golden light and appeared in front of Qin Wudi in an instant. I'll kill you first, you little bastard. Qin Wudi stared at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In his mind, as long as he killed Du Xiaofu, the Yinyang school, School of Agriculture, and School of Mo would retreat. At that time, the desolate country would be leaderless, and the crisis would be resolved. Moreover, this little bastard in front of him was about to grow his wings. He had to be killed.